Yeah, I'm sorry, Marcel. I tried watching one of the videos and it was too much. And Brennan, um, I have watched some of your videos, but you're just giving a synopsis. So obviously it's not the same as actually going through this. But seriously, and you guys do great work, but I cannot go through super literary encounters. It's too much for me.
That's good. You've taken your first step into a larger world.
Hello, and welcome to episode 19 of Super Literary Encounters. My name is Marcel, and I'm joined here by Magneno Alex, Al, and Maxine. Sorry, I'm making fun of Alex making fun of me by talking like the way that he talks. The way he does my impressions
guy. Yeah. I just do impressions of people. Your voice is distinct when you do your videos, okay?
Anyways, today we're talking about chapters 82 to 84 and the epilogue of this book. I cannot believe we are actually here. We still have one more stream of content next week when we're going to be covering the appendices of this book. But for all intents and purposes, this stream is it for Supernatural Encounters proper. And then next week we're covering Cult Encounters, which is a very short, like 20, 30 page thing. And then the appendices. I still can't believe that we're here. It's been since September that we've been talking about this book, and now we're finally at the end. I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, it's been a very long journey. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know that I would have been able to get through this book without the help of all of you folks. And here we are talking about the end. And after that, after next week's stream, there will be one final stream at a later date. I don't know when yet, where we'll be talking about Supernatural Encounters and Cult Encounters as a whole, the project as a whole, and the book as a whole. And hopefully we can have all of us on for that one. Later today, Ken and Brennan will be joining us, but for now, it's the four of us. I was going to say the three of us. It's the four of us, and we are going to launch right into it after I look at some comments. Hello, Scott. Good to see you. Dinner plans, but you'll try to catch this later. Hello, Fire Machi.
Go Fire.
Yeah, you'll do dinner while watching.
We do KOTOR streams on Saturdays, so KOTOR 2 streams, I should say. So check those out.
That's very cool. Good to see you. And yeah, definitely you can be cool and eat dinner while watching us. Hello, Anakin Solo. Good to see you. And hello, Harry and Frankie. Harry. Good to see you.
Good buddy.
Yeah. So let's launch right into it. Maybe we'll talk about chapters 82 to 84 and then the epilogue sort of separately. So we'll start with Alex. How did you feel about those three chapters? And then how did you feel about the epilogue?
I loved all of it. I think it's some of the best parts of the whole book, personally. I think, there's a lot of things we talked about a lot. We have all these streams on literally the entire book. But I think some of the highlights of the entire book have been every time that Joe's just focused on, like, his stuff. So, like, the beginning of the book was some of the strongest with the introduction and the trial. And then every interlude has been some of my favorite parts of the entire book. So I felt like it really kept its stride with that near the end with the last little bit of it. And yeah, I thought it was this here is like what finally made me go like, you know what? Sorry, Darth Plagueis. I put it above you. Which is big for me to say because Darth Plagueis is one of my favorite books of all time. But
a controversial opinion indeed.
It is.
How about you, Max?
So these chapters are nothing short of fascinating. Specifically, 84, or was it? No, 83. 83 with the return of a certain Sith Lord. I found to be absolutely like fascinating beyond all belief.
A Sith Lord?
Yeah, and then the stuff with Cody's Sunchild is so cool, and I had read the comic the night before I read the passage or the chapter in Supernatural Encounters, and I'm so glad I did because now I got it and I understood it more. And it was a funky little comic, but I really enjoyed it, and it's only enhanced by the chapter in Supernatural Encounters. And then chapter 84 is great. We go back, Marcel had said that chapter 84 is like waking up from a really long dream and wondering what year it is. And that's exactly what it felt like, because you feel like you're coming back to reality after months of just being trapped somewhere in the deepest abyss of space, but in the best way possible. So excellent chapters. And, you know, the ending of this book, and specifically, you know, we're not there yet, but the coda at the end was something that really made me almost dethrone Darth Plagueis from my list as well. And it still could. It still could, because I'm still digesting everything and I'm still thinking about it and still like processing it all. So, and you know, chapter 83 again is probably my favorite that we're going to cover tonight.
Snap back to reality. Oh,
yep.
There goes
like
gravity.
Song.
Oh, very nice. We have to have an Eminem quote in every stream now. Al, how about you?
I love this chapter. So I made the mistake of not rereading the Marvel issue. So I was just like making it up in my or trying to remember in my brain something I read a year ago, which may as well have I may as well have never read it. If it's a year ago, may as well have never happened. But that aside, very interesting stuff. I definitely preferred 83. That's it. Mostly because that's already ground we've trodden. So, and then the epilogue. Hold on that. But I will say, I did dethrone Darth Bane. Now I will not go into my reasons. Only at the end do you realize.
Yeah. I
Right.
feel that only at the end. Yeah.
For me, chapter 84, like I said, like Max said, it was like waking up from a long dream. I felt like Rip Van Winkle. It was like everything had changed. I've been asleep for 100 years. What year is it? Jumanji, right? It's that's exactly what it was for me. And it was just it's like, you know, almost like surfacing from being underwater and trying to hold your breath for as long as you can, and just everything comes back into kind of color, and you're like, oh my god, I forgot about all this. This is where we were you know, months and months ago. And I thought 84 was my favorite of the chapters that we're covering tonight, but the epilogue was my absolute favorite, because
so good.
What a beautiful vision that entire epilogue was. And 82 kind of hints at it a bit near the end, but the epilogue really just takes it and really just leaves you with a message of hope.
Oh yeah.
And I recently on my channel released a short. It's like a minute long. It's a quote, I believe, from chapter 84. Voron Nall, one of the members of the Historical Council and also a recurring character in the West End Games books, and I think he also shows up actually in A New Hope himself. Like he's a character in A New Hope with Hex. Like you can see him in the background in the victory celebration scene at the end. He gives a pretty poignant, I thought, eloquent quote about, you know, the difference between myths and facts, and sort of why Hex's manuscript, supernatural encounters in and of itself, is important, regardless of whether or not the stories are true. And I thought that was something that kind of needed to be said, separate and apart from this stream tonight. So go check out, if you haven't already, my 1 minute short. I don't often do shorts. I think I did one other. I ended up unlisting it. So the fact that I did this means that I had something to say. And who better to say it through than Joe's words, right? So,
and going off of what you said really quickly about chapter 84, like filling you with so much hope, it's like 83 fills you with dread and like a sense of impending doom, and then you get to 84 in the epilogue, and you're like, you know, it feels like hope has been restored, and it's so good.
Indeed.
And not to get like religious or anything, but it, like, not only does it feel like the Silmarillion, but this also kind of like, it did give me like Bible vibes, because like it kind of gave me like this revelation thing near the end with like, you know, it had this super dreadful thing that's coming, which also got me kind of excited, because it like talked about these 7 seals or whatever, and then super bad stuff's going to come out, which obviously hasn't happened because we've read past this with Legacy of the Force and Fate of the Jedi and Legacy comics. None of that stuff happens, so that's all stuff to come. And but then the hope at the end of it with chapter 84 and the epilogue is just It was really, really nice. And, you know, it's kind of we'll get into it in chapter 82 with Cody Sunchild, but it, you know, it is a recurring theme of war and unrest and unhappiness. And when does that cycle end? You know, there's finally peace. So,
yeah, I will say that the epilogue reminded me of The Last Battle by C.S. Lewis, which is the 7th and last Narnia book. Maybe the from what I've heard, because I can't help myself, the coda will remind me of that even more. But it, you know, for the most part, just sort of like that scene that we're left with in the end. Harry says he has his own view of what the coda means to him, and he admits to having teared up reading it. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. If it moved you, it moved you.
It's okay.
But it's hard to say since it's only his interpretation and he doesn't speak for Joe or any other editor. I mean, I think that's the beauty of literature, right? Is that we can all, we all bring our experiences with us, and as a result of that, we all derive our own interpretations from these works, right? And the very best ones will inspire us to really sort of go beyond the text itself and pull something out that's really meaningful for us. So I guess without further ado, let's jump right into chapter 82, The Kingdom of Dreams.
Let's go.
We start by being introduced, or maybe reintroduced, to the an offshoot of the Eruthros, some of the good Eruthros, the ones that didn't become the Sith.
Eruthros.
Yeah, Eruthros. The Must, the M''UST, who had mainly escaped Drome and Rain for Ventuine long before. And we find out that they had they had this thing called the Supernal Flame. And interestingly, footnote 225 says that there's another flame, like a kind of a counterpart to it, on Korriban, which is called the Eternal Pyre, and serves the dark purpose of destruction and divination rather than healing and growth. So the Supernal Flame serves the purposes of healing and growth. And the Must that tend to it, they call themselves the Guardians of the Flame. And we're told that they engineered a race of beings from the rocks called the Cavus. But they are now known as their disparaging name of the Cavern Monsters. And then we're introduced literally in the next page to a character who might be familiar to those who read the Star Wars Marvel comics from 1977, Cody Sunchild. Let's see if we can get a picture of Cody Sunchild.
Where's Chad? He doesn't look it, but he is.
He actually looks very bad.
Yeah. I was trying to get a profile picture for like when I turned the camera off, but
here's some pretty good fan art of Cody Sunchild that I'm actually going to share.
Let's see him.
There you go.
Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he's wearing his like X-Men outfit there. I'm just kidding.
No, I've been reading ROM recently. This looks like it came straight out of the 80s Marvel Cosmic. I mean, it did, so that makes sense. But
here's another picture of Cody Sunchild that is from the comics himself. It's more of a close-up, but yeah, there you go.
He got big cheeks. He looks like a Sullustan plus an elf.
Yeah, he does have that Sullustan kind of jowl look to him.
What was his species? It was like a Joshua, I think. Joshua, something like that.
I can tell you.
I'm very sure it was like a Joshua or something.
Jashwick, freedom fighter to the of the Alliance.
Jashwick.
Based.
So Cody, we're told he's one of the very few to have gotten past the Cavus without even trying, and that's when he comes into contact with the Guardians of the Flame. But he falls and nearly dies in this unseen fissure that leads to the Sanctum of the Flame. And the Guardians of the Flame basically tend him back to health, right? As he's recovering, they have many interesting conversations with him. They call him Child of the Sun, which I thought was very interesting, right? And they tell him of they talk about a prophecy of the flame. And they explain it as, it is the time when the children of light arise to defeat the children of darkness and usher in a new galaxy. So we start to talk a bit more directly at this point about the restoration, the Great Restoration, right? That has been hinted at in earlier passages of supernatural encounters.
Oh, I love it.
Here we have another comment. Hello, Corey, good to see you. The dream of Cody Sunchild is easily the weirdest of the original Marvel comic run. By a mile, it's not even close.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if he's going to tune in, but I know Maxwell, whom a couple of us, like Alex and Brennan, met at Legends Con. A friend of ours. He is a big fan of Cody Sunchild. Like maybe unironically so, but or ironically so. I can't tell. But he's a big fan.
He's certainly a Glupshido.
That's true. Actually, okay, so I that term is like so broad. What do you define that as?
I don't know.
Because I've heard people call Akbar Glupshido. I don't
know. I would say like the background characters in the cantina and in Jabba's palace.
So like
are Glupshidos.
The Devornian. Why did I go to one of his names?
Devoronian.
What's his name? Forgot.
Why would I go to somebody whose name I don't know? Model nodes. Figure and Dan. That's better.
Figure and Dan, yeah, they're Glupshidos. Frankie says Ben Quaterneros is a Glupshido. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, Ben Quaterneros, as I intend to set out to prove, is probably the most important character in all of Star Wars.
I would say
You go.
My yardstick is their name cannot be mentioned in the movie.
Fair.
If you're going to go for a movie Glupshido, they cannot be named in the movie.
Yeah. Marcel, your favorite short story is Glupshidos.
That's right.
The last night in Mos Eisley Cantina.
True. That's right. I just love them because it's like it takes these two random characters that appear. One of them looks hideous and grotesque. And they have like the greatest love story ever in all of Star Wars. And this
Anakin and Padme.
Yeah, this boy. Hey, come on, like Anakin like choked her.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's not the greatest love story, but I will say that like Lax Zivrak and oh god, I always forget the Lamproid's name. Anyways, those two, they have like this ending that almost kind of reminds me of the ending in Supernatural Encounters, right? The epilogue. Ooh. Right? They live on beyond death. Is Bullseye Nevoir one? I would say yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Now, would you consider, I had this debate with someone like a couple months ago. Would you consider Darth Plagueis to be a Glupshido?
No.
No?
So he has his own book.
Yeah, but like, let's say you're a casual fan.
He doesn't appear on screen. You have to appear on screen and be like weird and kooky to be a Glupshido, in my opinion.
My definition is if you're a movie character, you can't be named. If you're an EU character, you have to be like a minor role. You have to be somebody that's like not like would not be named in the dramatis personae, whatever.
Yeah,
I can't pronounce words.
I know, like
for sure. At least that.
If the Supreme Court were defining Glupshido, they would say that I can't define a Glupshido, but I know one when I see one.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
okay.
Like, someone told me it's like
I can't live with that
because they like I told someone like my favorite list of characters, and he's like Max, your entire list is like all your favorite characters are all Glupshidos, and I was like, no, I was like,
yeah, you like Uriel Poof.
Well, yeah, but like I was talking about my favorite.
Uriel Poof is a Glupshido.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's
like
among the best.
I was talking about like characters like Jaina Solo and like Tahiri and all that.
No, they're not Glupshidos.
This other person consider them to be Glupshidos.
So wait, who does this other person not consider to be a Glupshido? Basically, like Chewbacca and the original three.
Anyone who's not.
No, this is why I get so annoyed at this term, because I see people on Twitter be like, anybody who's not in the film and given a name and is like prominent in the scene, like they say Akbar, Wedge, these are Glupshidos. They're given names. Wedge appears in multiple movies. Wedge is in multiple movies where he has lines, where he does things.
Yeah, Luke calls him by name at the end of the Death Star trench run. He says, "Get out of there,
Luke
Wedge. You
gives
can't
him a
do
hug.
anymore, dude."
Luke knows who he is.
Yeah.
Well,
And then they talk, like they have a conversation before like they leave Hoth and everything. He's like, "I'll meet you back at the fleet," you know?
Yeah.
Like
They're friends. That guy, you can't. The Wedge cannot be a glove shadow.
No,
That is why.
Wedge
That's where I draw
not
the
a
line.
club shit. Oh, no way.
No, they
Please
can't
put some
be
respect
named in
on
a
my
movie.
boy's name.
Harry says, besides Glup Shido, I love Surf Dracula, where back in the day you'd have Dracula surfing every week, but now you have to wait 8 hours of streaming series to see Dracula surf at the end. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
And then there's like a new term recently is the Glupsh incident, like where it's like a moment in like Star Wars history where it's like so obscure that like people are like it's a Glupsh incident. Like mine was the Pius Dea Crusades.
The Glupsh incident. Oh yeah.
Be fair, if there's any Glupsh incidents, it's probably the Pius D Crusades. That's that one's actually like that's like restricted to guides and things like that.
Mine's the third schism, where it's like the cosmic turbines of Arcania or whatever. Yeah.
That's such like a weird like that's so like everyone talks about the first and the second and like the fourth, and it's like the third one's completely skipped over.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what mine would be. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Anyway.
To bring it back to supernatural encounters,
sorry.
There was here. Wait, before we get back to Franklin says the Gluption says Corin sleeping with the Solonian. That was an international incident.
That's true. That people went to prison for that.
Intergalactic incident, I might add. So, getting back to supernatural encounters, we have
Rock incident. I'll drop.
It's all good. We have this interesting paragraph about the Eurythros and sort of what they used to be good at, right? It says, it had been the talent of the Eurythros to shape worlds of great beauty, and many had they shaped before the umbra of iniquity swallowed them. And it was believed this was why they'd long ago been chosen by the Dark Ones, to turn builders into destroyers. The supernal powers of the must were yet intact, for they had not succumbed to the darkness, and warily remained vigilant to avoid being found and coerced into their misusing their gifts for evil ends, for which reason they'd hidden themselves away. In that time, they built a secret and magnificent civilization, ever mindful of the hope they carried with them. Now, with the galactic civil war thundering on their shores, many believe the prophecy's fulfillment had drawn near. Yeah, we all believe we live in the end times.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So anyways, as I was saying before, Cody gets into a very interesting discussion with hello. Good. I know who this is, a good friend of mine. International incident, more like intergalactic incident. But we got this interesting conversation between Cody and the Guardians of the Flame. And they ask him, they said, well, what happens when your side wins the war? And he says, well, a good government is put in place, a just one. And then they say, perhaps at the start this is true, but has not history shown us that this state does not long last? Soon enough, your good government turns corrupt, justice vanishes, and tyranny returns. And the violence that once drove out the old tyrants is now employed to keep the new ones in power.
Mm.
We have seen this played out time and again for millennia. Your way only adds suffering and death to the gaps in between. So, I mean, that's a pretty interesting point, right? It's like, yeah, you might put in something like a good, just government for a time, but because everything is so corrupt, eventually that government will become corrupt. And what they're aiming for, these Guardians of the Flame, is like a true return to innocence for everybody, right? Like this is like the Great Restoration.
Yeah.
What this
too.
is like the worst. This is like to me. I was like, this is what this. So me and Cody Sunchild are not on the same wavelength because he eventually comes and agrees with these people. I'm like, well, in the meantime, like, shouldn't you at least try to stop, say, the genocides and the slavery and the building of multiple super weapons that are used to destroy planets? These are all very bad things. But
if they all followed the way of Cody Sunchild, then they wouldn't be doing that.
This argument is completely it's like, in the meantime, people are going to suffer and die under ersatz Nazis, so may as well undo that for the time being.
Well, it goes back to that whole conversation, the wildflowers and the weeds, right? It's like you might never be able to remove the weeds, but there's still some what honor, merit, goodness in just trying to reduce the amount of weeds.
Yes.
Right. And so like that's half the battle right there.
And it happened with even the New Republic, who's like supposed to be like the paragon of good in the galaxy, and then it gets corrupted again later by Jason, and then later again by Dala, and then it's not good.
Well, exactly. I love this line. He says, Cody would not allow his honor to be undermined by the fallacies of credulous Cenobites. First of all, when I read the word Cenobites, I was thinking of Hellraiser, but I know that's
Yeah, I don't think that would. But
no, not at all. But it's funny that he calls these the Guardians of the Flame Cenobites, because they are essentially esoteric monks, right?
Yeah.
Angels to some, demons to others. We have such sights to show you, Cody.
It definitely is a thing though that Maxine was talking about with if you look at the Star Wars galaxy, you have the prequels, which were very corrupt and everything kind of fell apart, and then you had the OT, and then you get to New Jedi Order, and there's some problems there with stuff without getting into spoilers. And then the same thing happens with Dark Nest and Legacy of the Force and Fate of the Jedi, and then even Legacy. Like there's stuff, it never stops. So no matter how many times they save it, it always goes back to it needs to be saved again.
It's because they got to change the title of the property to Star Piece.
Star Piece.
Star Piece.
That's after the restoration happens.
Restructure your environment. We learn a bit about these Guardians of the Flame. They have like an entire society that lives under Ventuine, right? The cave minders, the culture minders, and the beast minders, and basically everybody's kind of responsible for some part of their civilization. And Cody stays with them while he convalesces, and they heal him. We're told that he was like basically allowed to leave whenever he wanted. Like he wasn't a prisoner there at all. But like even the people who live with the Guardians are able to leave. It says no resident was forced to stay. Occasionally, youthful members wish to leave to explore the outside world or establish clans of their own. And this was celebrated in the ceremony of parting. So it sounds kind of almost like an Amish, like Rumspringa, right? They get to go out and kind of experience the galaxy and then come back.
I just want to bring up that, they think that Cody Sunchild is like their chosen one, like the one who's going to bring about this restoration. And also, I just wanted to point out this little reference where Cody Sunchild is wondering about the fates of his old Rebel Alliance friends, including Garmbel Iblis and Saw Gerrera. So it's cool that Saw Gerrera got a little reference here.
Do you want to know how I reacted to that? You want to know how I reacted to that? It was exactly what Alex said. I was like, "Oh, Saw Gerrera, what's another canon reference?" And I was like, "Wait a second! Oh no, Clone Wars!"
Exactly. That was before the buyout.
Pre-ruined.
Yeah.
Well, now
all gotta go.
Now we got like the confirmation that he was like still there during the Rebellion era, because like all of his exploits in the Rebellion era like come from like Disney canon. And now,
lies, deception.
But I mean, Forrest Whitaker's too cool. I mean, you can't like that's Forrest Whitaker.
I thought that might have been like the goofiest part of Rogue One, personally.
Yeah, but I mean, Forrest Whitaker's cool.
I mean, in other roles, yeah. I mean, like Last King of Scotland.
Have you seen?
The only thing I got out of that movie was I can scream lies, deception at people, and it's not just me screaming at them.
Have you seen him in Andor, though?
No, because I have not watched Andor.
I think you should.
Although Joe keeps asking me to.
And rightfully so.
I get through 1,000 other things I want to read.
All right, think about don't even watch it for Star Wars. Watch it for the story of it and just the political maneuvering and machinations of it. Like, don't even think about the Star Wars part of it.
Yeah, me neither.
It doesn't have to be Star Wars. You could reskin this and it would still be damn good. So
the thing is, like, I don't really care about the source material, right? No, like, I don't. Yeah. So I really have to be.
I was all right. Rightfully so. I was hesitant of it too, but I was pleasantly surprised with it.
Yeah.
I'll probably give it a chance. I just have so many other things I want to get to that it's just on the back burner.
I like that character. I've never liked.
But don't watch it for him. Andor. Don't watch it for him.
You watch it for Andy character.
That's the title.
Who cares? I don't watch it for him.
All right.
She watches it for Andy Serkis.
Just there you go.
That's true. Okay, that's a better sell.
And Stellan Skarsgård, he's so good.
That's fair. He's good in everything.
And I just watched him in Dune the other night, and he was great in that too.
My Dune, my
Oh,
Arrakis.
I gotta watch the second one this week.
What I found interesting about the Guardians of the Flame is that there's, I think, like a group of 12 of them, and that number 12 has some symbolic importance, right? I mean, obviously, there's like a Christian religious importance that Jesus had 12 disciples, right? But also, you have in the expanded universe that number 12 kind of recurs over and over again. Luke's first Jedi class was 12 students.
12 Jedi council.
12 exiles, right?
12 exiles, Jedi exiles. Yeah, 12 council members, right? Like it's like poetry. It rhymes.
Like poetry, and it rhymes.
Yeah. How are people already watching Dune 2?
Comes out.
Some people do have like fan events or something. We used to do that in my theater.
I'm so jealous. So Harry's watched Dune 2.
I don't know if it's the same as Dune Part 1, but Dune Part 1 came out immediately on HBO Max.
Really? I would, Frankie, I would personally argue otherwise. I would say that ever since the mega corporation bought Star Wars, the political messages have been like blatant as opposed to subtle. But that's just me personally.
I think I've talked to Frank about this before. I think he means like, whereas it used to be like, this is a critique of Vietnam and George W. Bush. Now it's a critique of nothing. Now it's a critique of the air around us.
I keep forgetting that Harry lives in the future. So Al gets him. Okay, that's fair. So Cody is kind of enamored by these Guardians of the Flame. He's intrigued by them. We get a reference to Jefferson Starship on awesome. Page 900 of the original PDF.
Famously, they perform a song in the Star Wars Holiday Special.
That's exactly right. And that's why it was so cool to get a holiday special reference, because they're technically canon to the EU, right? I mean, not technically, they are. Cody says, I was never a great lover of music, though my mother was. That one was a popular arrangement from the Neutron Group, Starship of Jeffersons.
Why not?
You couldn't possibly know that down here. That's like when they go to the Lost City of the Jedi in the Jedi Prince series, and like Ken Palpatine knows all of like Han, everything that happened to Han, Chewie, Luke, and Leia. He's like, oh yeah, I know all of your adventures. And they're like, how? You've been living underground on this like, abandoned moon.
Yeah,
that's like that scene in Doctor Strange where he gives him the thing and he's like, is this some secret incantation? It's like, it's the Wi-Fi password.
Oh yeah. I love that. Wow. What is this? My mantra? It's the Wi-Fi password. We're not savages. I love that from the movie.
That's a good joke. Corey says after a while you start to feel like Jim Carrey in the number 23. You keep seeing it over and over again. Yeah, I mean, or like the number 19, for instance, in the Dark Tower series, Stephen King. Ed it says the words "glup shitto" are burnt into his brain now.
Sorry.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, a leap day, February 29th. That is currently
Superman's birthday.
The day that I'm in. Is it really?
It is. Back in the 50s, they were like, how is Superman so young? He was born on a leap day.
Wait, okay. Segue. What do people do when they're born on February 29th? Do they just celebrate on the 28th or March 1st?
They just go into the forest.
Or are they like
go into the forest?
They
never return.
Is it like every year is just a quarter year for them?
I guess. I would say they have to just say, they have to just say I was born on the 28th, right? There's no, unless you don't like February. You're like, I want to be a March guy.
Yes. And Ed points out that the third great schism is explained in Supernatural Encounters, which we, I believe, covered on a previous stream, combined with the Cathal Halbrett story, given the similarities with the Voltaire Cataclysm. Yes, I enjoyed that part. Did you catch the Cold Dan Sign reference on
page
900?
But there's another one. The song is called "Light the Sky on Fire," which was the title of a chapter in like book 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I didn't remember that.
That's so funny that you remembered that.
Because I thought the title was so cool, and I loved it. And I was like, oh, hey, that was like a chapter before. And I think that was when the Cosmic War started. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain it was something like that.
Cast your mind back to the beginnings of the book and let us know.
I knew I should have brought the damn other volume over here.
You always need the other volume.
I know. I've got 2 of them, and I didn't get the third one.
So then on page 901 and 902, Tezrek, who's one of the main Guardians of the Flame that interacts with Cody, has this very interesting discussion with him about the Sith philosophy and why it's wrong, and also Force metaphysics more generally. So he says that seductive as Sith rhetoric is, it always proves to be a denial of reality on every level. It advocates that anger, frustration, and struggle fuel empowerment, but it's a lie. Biologically, spiritually, and psychologically, it merely hastens corruption and death. And we certainly see that in the expanded universe elsewhere, and also in the saga films. What are Sith worlds but places of misery and decay? The inclination towards self-aggrandizement, violence, and paranoia cannot help but to be a recipe for failure and self-destruction. Yeah, I know at least one Calamandra that would disagree with that, but for the most part, yeah, Sith worlds are not a place you want to be in.
Yeah, they're all kind of nasty if you think about it. I mean, like
Sios, Korriban.
Dromund Kaas is usually all stormy and rainy, and
that one random one mentioned in the Karen Miller books that no one remembers.
And then this other part when he starts to get
your face says it all.
Never heard of it.
Well, that's it doesn't matter if you read them or not. That is the face of everyone when they think about this.
But it's also like just other dark side, like places that just have a spot that's dark side in nature. It's like the Dagobah cave is all nasty and gross, so it's like anywhere that the dark side touches is gonna decay and be nasty.
Or the lake on Ambria, the dark side lake on Ambria.
Lake Nath.
Ed says that unnamed Dark Jedi who caused the Rift disaster has merged with Darth Carnage, a Sith Lord from the Darth Who contest, in line with the lore that Sith, revealed as vitiates, manipulated the Third Schism. Yes, I love that piece of lore, that behind-the-scenes lore. Darth Who? Darth Who?
Doctor Who? What?
Doctor Who?
Sith Lord?
Sith Lord? The
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
I thought this.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I love Doctor Who. As you well know, there's this interesting kind of turn into more metaphysical discussion when he says the Jedi of old kept their identity in death as they became one with the eternal Force. Although I don't know that happened to every Jedi, but anyways, the masters amongst them, right? The ones who had really perfected that technique.
Yeah. All right, actually, I wanted to ask you guys this. In talking about Force Ghosts, like in the EU, like we see like Force Ghosts like become more than just like, like there's Force Ghosts from way back in the Old Republic, like other characters become Force Ghosts as we see, but like in a lot of newer media, it's Qui-Gon who like discovers that ability. And like there's only a handful of Jedi who do it. So like do you prefer that way where it's like only a handful of selected Jedi, like like Qui-Gon, Yoda, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Luke, whatever, or do you prefer where it's like in how it is like in that way?
I have thoughts.
Okay,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you, and then I'll let everybody else name their thoughts as well. No, I think all of the Jedi, as long as they stay within the light, end up living after death, becoming one with the Force. But that technique specifically allows them to re-manifest themselves into the physical world. They basically are. They draw out their individual essence from the whole, right?
That's a good one. I like.
And it was a lost technique, and it was rediscovered, in my opinion. Yeah.
Because if you no, continue. Sorry.
So I'm okay with it because ultimately they all reach this concept of Star Wars nirvana, essentially, as long as they stay within the light and they're like Jedi Knights or Masters or whatever.
Yeah.
But only the select few who know this kind of esoteric art are able to kind of draw out their individuality from the whole again and manifest in the real world. That's sort of my take on it. So I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I vibe with that.
I like that a lot, actually.
I'm pretty much in agreement with that. So I would say an added thing with that would be that sure, there's a lot in the Old Republic and stuff where you see that. But if you go through the EU, New Jedi Order onwise, you don't really see too many people be a Force ghost. We know that in the Legacy comics, we see Mara Jade and we see Luke Skywalker. So they obviously they were able to do it. That by the time of Legacy.
Although, are they ghosts or are they manifestations of caves?
Well,
Luke
it could be not ghosts.
Was actually a ghost.
Luke was for sure, but I don't know about Mara. That might have been just
Mara. Just might have been him tripping out,
But the point still stands that even if it might have been a thing in the past, it doesn't happen too many times in the present where they come as a Force ghost. Outside of Obi-Wan's kind of last one that does it.
Cole does it too. That's right.
Yeah, and post Return of the Jedi is only a few. Yeah. So it is a lost art that only a few can do at a certain point. But it can always
being able to speak from I think being able to just speak to them, not physically appear, is something that maybe more of them can do, because
it's probably more effort to manifest yourself as actual.
But whereas they can just project themselves, there's so many instances of that happening.
But also we have the example in Tales from Mos Eisley where people that aren't even Jedi become one with the Force. We see that with the love story.
Lax Sivrak and Dice Ibagon.
Hey, there we go.
I think that Marcel's right about it being as long as you're in the light and you remain in the light.
Yeah.
And I think this maybe even applies to non-Force users. You just wouldn't see it. They can't become a ghost because they're not a Force user, but they'll become one with the Force so long as they remain in the light. Which is kind of Star Wars' version of heaven, I guess. So
I don't appreciate George coming in to retcon something for no reason. That was what I was going to say at the start. I think that's really dumb and bad and really unnecessary as well. What did we need that? However, that idea that it's not the disappearing act, it's the reappearing. I like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Ed says on the pyramids is a legend, the great god Copacan, who came from the stars and vanished. And the legends say that he will come back again someday. Jefferson Starship singing an ode to the old ones. That's awesome. I love that synchronicity. So he said. So Tezrak rather says that. So the Jedi keep their identity in death as they become one with the eternal Force. The Sith seek to prevent such a thing, considering oneness to mean the dissolution of self, which makes them fragile in ways Jedi are not. Just desperately, they struggle to extend their lives on the physical plane, and to that end, employ a macabre combination of science and magic to keep animate their corpses, bind their spirits to physical objects, or transfer them to other living vessels. All forms of demonic necromancy contingent on the temporal. The so-called immortality that they dangle is a lure built on ancient serpentine sorcery that exists for the very few who have traded life for a bizarre and monstrous kind of unlife. The entire crux of their belief system falls apart when one sees that the greatest of their achievements is to be as tortured, predacious specters. I love that. I love that line. It's just so good. It's so well written.
It's so well written. It's some of the peak of this whole book. It's so good.
And this is the kind of stuff that made me really love this chapter, is because I love the commentary on the Force and the Jedi and the dark side and things like this.
Max, do you want to read the next part after? So then Cody asks, he says, why then does the Force not utterly reject them? This being the Sith.
So it says, generated by living beings and designed by the cosmic force to partner with them, the living force was made to obey our commands. And when the galaxy was in harmony with the will of the cosmic force, life and joy abounded. But the grieving came, and the galaxy turned to fear, anger, and hate. And so the living force suffered, as did the galaxy. And part of its corruption came from the anti-force, where the force binds, the anti-force unmoors and imbalances. But that is because it is too weak. Like its unholy masters, its power is gained through theft, through the suffering of billions and their fear, anger, and hate that feed them.
I love that. I also don't know what to make of that. Now I'm all confused about the Force.
Honestly, I was like, hold on a second.
I had to read that passage a few times.
Should you read the next little chapter before Cody talks again? Because I think it's a part of it.
Why don't you read it, Alex?
Sure. All right, give me a second. Ugh. Yet the living force is as vast as the cosmic seas, and despite its wounding, and weakening, it yet maintains great power. So it is that the Force can be said to have a light and dark side, but that it's not its natural or original state, nor is it the will of the Father of Lights. But since that is what it has become, so must its users choose to abjure the taint, corruption, and self-aggrandizing will, recognizing that in the power of the dark side, which hinges on negative states, there is no real strength, only the illusion of it foisted by the weak and wicked and their displays of rule and ruin.
So I take that as being fairly consistent with what George Lucas has said about the Force, is that, balance is not like equal measures of the light and dark side or anything like that. It's literally like a return to the light. It's like balance is, because the dark side, George has said, as I recall, in several places, that the dark side is cancer.
Yes.
So here we have basically the Force itself has been tainted by this grieving, right?
And that's one of the things that I hate that Disney canon's been doing and like alluding to, is that balance in the Force means powerful light and powerful darkness, and that you need both for this. And I hate that so much.
That's a Jejun interpretation.
It's just stupid, because it's like the dark side is not anywhere near balance, because the dark side is a parasite. It is parasitic in nature. It gives you power, like briefly, yes, but it like takes away so much more from you, and like
and the Force is life, right? As we know.
The Force is all life. It is all living things, and we learn this throughout the entire saga,
And Ed says, my read on the Anti-Force is that it's combining the concept from the Crystal Star with the Dark of the Randites and the wound in the Force concept from KOTOR 2.
But like, I hate that they're doing that, like propagating.
That's the thing, is it doesn't make any sense. Like, so you save 1 million Skandits, that means you have to kill 1 million Skandits. What?
Yes.
That doesn't mean anything in the end. Like, that's just like the most nihilistic, horrible thing ever. Why are we even doing this?
And then
ironically, killing Skandits leads you to the light side.
Well,
hey, there's 50 septillion Skandits, so I think we'll be okay.
More born every day. But like, I hate that they're propagating this philosophy of powerful light, powerful darkness, because it's just not how it should be. It's not how the Force works. The dark side is not a natural thing.
That's not how the Force works.
Exactly. The dark side it's just, the dark side is not a natural thing. And that's why it's like in Darth Plagueis, like they bend it to their will. You're not supposed to do that. Like, and it's like the dark side fundamentally goes against like nature and the way of the universe. So it's like they're propping up this like, you need to have dark side too to have complete balance in the Force. No.
It annoys me because it's such a literal interpretation of the movies.
Anakin
got all of the Jedi killed except 2. So then there were 2 dark siders, and then they all died at the very end. And it's just this, it's the dumbest read on Star Wars I've ever seen. Number one, because Luke survives and they're still a Jedi. So thus, I mean, like that argument's already bad. But like, it's so bad. It's such a bad read on Star Wars, and I can't believe that's the official line we're taking now. It's like, it has to be as literal as possible.
Ed says that Darth Banger on the dark side hate, anger, passion, etc., but Darth Nihilus and the special teachings of the true Sith sap the Force from others to achieve a mockery of access to the Force. So that would be, I guess, considered anti-Force, right? Or anti-Force.
Yeah. And then if you remember,
Darth Nihilus just became a monster by the end. It was even have thoughts beyond I need to eat.
I remember that.
I'm hangry.
I remember that, Franklin. And then Darth Nihilus, to go off of that, they said he was the first one to weaken the seals as well.
Yeah, we will talk about that. Well, I guess we already did talk about that, but we'll talk about the seals again today. But you're right.
It used to be one of the scariest things I ever saw in Star Wars.
And now it got scarier.
I think that's like, gives him his due, right? If there's anyone who weakens the seals here, it's Darth Nihilus, right?
Oh yeah. Now
you gotta give him something. He's the worst boss in KOTOR 2.
Now, was it his creation that did it, or was it his Massacre of Qatar that did it?
I'd say Qatar, probably.
That's what I was thinking. No. Oh my god, they act like it's a damn Jedi lineage. Like, shut up. Like, were you a Padawan learner? No, you weren't. You were hired for a job to voice a character. Like, what authority does Freddie Prinze Jr. have? Like, you voiced an animated character.
Max, the world that
Scooby Doo.
Max, the world that I was brought into. That wasn't canon. The world that I was brought into.
I guess he's not all that.
I was quoting Dave Filoni.
I don't know if anybody got that reference.
In that famous
He's all that.
Oh, that I remember. Yeah, now I remember that
Freddie Prinze Jr.
video. But no, I like Freddie Prinze Jr. as like, he was. Goddamn.
He's Captain America now.
What's his name in Scooby Doo?
Fred.
Fred. There it is. No, I liked him.
Like Fred, man.
I do like Fred.
Like it's Fred.
I do like that Scooby Doo.
Yeah, like he was voiced for a Star Wars character, and like it's a great character. But like, what the hell do you know about like the rest of it? You know,
is he still married to Sarah Michelle Gellar?
I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred and Daphne. That's cool. I like him as an actor. I don't have anything against him. It's just that interview was bad and it was dumb.
You fool! Yeah. I was trained in your storytelling arts by Count Filoni.
Not a very good teacher then.
I respect him as an actor.
Into oblivion.
I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that rant was horrible.
What?
Oh, that is absolutely why. So Kyle, welcome Kyle. Good to see you, man. Says that Freddie Prinze Jr. has never watched Buffy. It's like your wife's greatest work, and you're like, yeah, no. Actually, well, this might be my greatest work, and I don't think my wife's ever watched it, so I guess that tracks. Never mind. Sarah Michelle Gellar was in a music video. Your favorite band did. Well, why don't you tell us what it is? While we go on, because there's a Song of Prophecy on page 902 that I thought was really good. It says, we are the guardians of the flame, keepers of the sacred right. Our onus was long ago ordained to defend the realm of light. And it's interesting because he has this discussion with them in the preceding paragraphs where he says, all the more reason to fight the Empire, right? They're led by a Sith Lord. And they said, like, that's very much our intent, right? And I feel like I was having this, like, argument with somebody on YouTube, in one of Brennan's videos, YouTube comments, like, just before this stream, where they're like, no, we have to fight them with hate. And I was like, no, like, you can't. You're not going to win any wars that way. But there are other ways besides violence in which to fight. Look at the galaxy today. Is there anything sadder or more contemptible? What cruelty there is. I feel like chapters 82 and 84. I don't care that, like, whatever. They should be like required mandatory reading in school. Just like it gives like such a better outlook on how to live one's life and humanity generally. It's just like, like violence is not the way, right? And Cody eventually gets the message, right? After his convalescence, he says, I see clearly now for the first time in a long time that which is noble and that which is refuse. I have been seeing it the entire time I was here, but out of pride, I refuse to acknowledge it. And how often is that the case, that in life we refuse to acknowledge what we know deep in our hearts is right because of our pride?
Yeah.
I had thought you were rational and foolish. I feel like pride was like the very first sin, right? Anyway, I had thought you were rational and foolish, but it was I who had been. I am not a being of contemplation, but of action. But if there is something, anything I can do to promote the cause of peace, I must. I can no longer continue as before. Frankie says, the band is Stone Temple Pilots. Oh, wow. That's a throwback. Song was Sour Girl. So Cody is kind of like reborn, right? He becomes like the child of the sun.
And has a flame baptism.
That's right. When he goes into the supernal flame, he feels a burning sensation of another kind, of something indefinable and alive, surging through his arteries and veins. It was a kind of ebullience he hadn't experienced since he had been a boy, a charge of energy and joy and strength. See, that's like that return to innocence that I was talking about, right? Like he feels like he was when he was a boy, right? When he didn't have the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. At the same time, the decades of frustration, rage, and unconscious anxiety that he'd hardly known existed flowed out of him like so much draft. When I read that, I like reared back and I was like, man, what would it be like to experience that?
Right. Because
life just puts so much on us, and so much, like, the older we get, like, the harder it gets. And many of us, like, the easier it gets for us to deal with as we grow and we learn how to take life on its own terms. But like, Imagine all of that just pouring right out of you, and you just return to the state of childlike innocence. It's a beautiful concept, in my opinion.
Restoration.
This was a reference to Krea's speculations about Nihilus, that he was perhaps feeding on the fringes of known space so forces could work unseen. And of course, this reference that Ed is speaking about is the reference to the weakening of the seals.
Mm.
Very cool.
So freaky.
Mm.
Like the whole thing, like, and we'll talk about it more like in the next chapter, but like the whole deal with like, you know, the seals and them breaking and like, you know, the prophecy of like this whole like destruction and like darkness reigning is just like, it's such a, like, I don't know why, but like the impending like apocalypse kind of story trope is just so fascinating to me because of like just the feelings it draws up, like especially in like Star Wars and stuff, because you know that there's some greater doom in like coming on the horizon, you know, and like this really just brings it out.
Yeah,
like hearing the Unicron theme like start to swell in the background as the planet moves forth into view. There it is. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Ed says that Krea's dialogue that Nihilus was merely approaching the pinnacle of the Drain technique's power, that the ancient Sith Lords mastered this technique further, was retconned into the immortal gods. Yeah, I mean, I remember Krea said something like, you know, we're but playthings, right? Or something like that.
Something like that.
And I just
hit that
I love
dialogue when we played last. Maybe. I don't remember.
Maybe, yeah. So I love this line over here where it's like, Cody, so too did he clearly see his own motives and the ways in which he'd turned small injustices perpetrated on him in his youth on Joshua into a crusade of violence. Child of the sun, he could hear the prelates chanting, the supernal flame has chosen you, granting you wisdom and power to bring the galaxy's ancient hopes and dreams to life. Wow, I love it. I love it.
He's the chosen one.
And so what happens next? A kingdom of dreams is created, and that's where the chapter gets its title, right? A dwarf dimension, we're told. Ringing the outskirt, this is a veritable kingdom of dreams, a restoration of the world once known and lost. Ringing the outskirts of the city was a dense jungle alive with the unsettling eyes of hungry predators, desperate but unable to enter. Their presence was the dream world's one condition, and he did not know if it was endemic to the place, a creation of his own subconscious, or something from the flame. I almost got the sense that this was like Eurythros, like their planet, Drome and Rain, like recreated almost like at its pinnacle, at its height. It was like a place of beauty.
Yeah,
and that's what this kingdom of dreams is. And a great festival ensues, right? But Sunchild himself, sheathed in the caftan of beryl gold and lapis lazuli, had no recollection of ever having had so pleasant a time. And they said, like, that as powerful as you become, you're not a god. And he's like, thank the maker for that. Like, I don't want to be a god, right? I just want to, you know, do some good. And he asks about the creatures in the jungle. He's like, I've dreamt of them before. They would consume me if they could. And, you know, but basically, like, they cannot get into the city.
I mean, there's pictures of those creatures. I don't know if
from the comic.
Yeah.
They are supposed to be, at least as far as the comic was concerned, they were meant to be like all of Cody Sunchild's baggage and
they're like his dark,
all the bad sides of him, but kept at bay, and they were blocked out from entering the city.
Yeah, because like one of them like attacks like Lando and Chewie, and then
I think this is actually a good time to mention the comic in general, since it kind of goes over it.
Yeah.
But
here, is this the creature right over here? If I throw this up,
there's
Alex?
a couple of creatures, but
that's look at him smashing Chewbacca's head. Thank God.
Chewbacca is not coming back from that.
Oh no, he's dead. They killed him.
But so it was during the Marvel comics after episode 5, but before episode 6. They couldn't save Han yet, so Chewie and Lando went on a bunch of adventures. So this is one of them.
They're pretty good.
They accidentally entered this other dimension, being Cody Sunchild's world. And the whole thing is like they want to get back because they got to fight against the Empire, yada yada yada. They learn that they're like, oh, you're Cody Sunchild. You were fighting apparently, because Lando says, I knew about you when I was a kid. So he was fighting, like, this is early rebellion because Han was still a kid. But
I forgot what it was, but I was reading more into Cody Sunchild and that he was active during the Clone Wars and he was a separatist sympathizer. So that's also probably where Lando knew about him, was probably from his exploits during the Clone Wars.
True. But yeah, he basically kept trying to convince Lando of the same sort of ideals that we heard about in this book. And Lando's like, no, you're stupid. We got to fight. Kind of like what Al went on his rant a little bit earlier. That's what Lando was doing. Like, for him.
Well, I agreed with Lando in the story. I know we're going to get to that part, but like at the end, I've been looking through my notes from when I read those comics, and I'm trying to find, because I remember writing down Lando based.
Lando based.
But
I mean, that whole thing with like Lando's thoughts.
Yeah,
the whole thing with Lando's thoughts gets like addressed in this, and what he actually thought of like the whole encounter with Cody Sunchild.
Well, the whole behind the scenes behind that was before the issue even came out. The author wanted Lando to, he wouldn't give up fighting necessarily, but he would be basically in agreement with Cody Sunchild's belief system. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's something we should strive for. And the Marvel Comics people and Lucasfilm were like, no. This is called Star Wars. You're going to make it so that way we prove that Cody Sunchild is wrong, and Lando's going to crap all over his ideals. And so, like, that's a nice fantasy, kid, but no, that's not happening. And it's actually rather tragic because we have all this beauty here, but at the end of the story, he convinces Cody Sunchild that he's wrong, and Cody Sunchild gets really angry, and then all the darkness, like, re-enters his mind, and he attacks the Imperials, and he does, like, a bunch of damage, but then he ends up dying because of it. And so, Lando's crying because he's like, this guy's so nice. He's such a nice guy, but he was so stupid and wrong.
He was crying.
Correct. Based. Good.
Even though this exact thing that, I told him he should do is what got him killed. But, anyway. So Matt talked about it in his original reviews of the story. But, so the author was really upset about that. And he refused to ever write again for Marvel.
It was and so for the record, it was J.M. DeMatteis, who comic fans might recognize as the writer of many Spider-Man books and Justice League International. I'm thinking specifically of Kraven's Last Hunt. Sorry.
Wow.
So,
but yeah. So
it was something here is that Chewbacca has seen it all. He's seen the secrets of the universe from Wutzek, and now here he is in this other dimension, and
was that the last? No, continue.
He has seen it all,
and he didn't tell anybody.
Died with him too.
Yeah, he's like, anybody wants to know anything? No.
And then he's also seen zombies and stuff, and then they never talk about that again. So
Chewbacca
has seen it.
Strange things, kid. I've seen some crazy things out there, but none of this hokey pokey.
Corey made some comments. Just want to address them. Yeah. He said prior to supernatural encounters, his headcanon was that Cody's kingdom was beyond the Ganinga Gap, and the Must were a peaceful offshoot of the Knell of Muspili, which could summon monsters from the Gap. Yeah, I mean, etymologically, that makes sense. Yeah. This was his best attempt at making sense of an utter fever dream of that comic, drawing upon existing lore to better integrate it. But I feel SC honors his weirdness and intent much better. I like your idea too, Corey, but I do like the supernatural encounters.
I was going to say though, that's one of the reasons I love this chapter so much, because I kind of hated it when I read it the first time because it's just so out there and bizarre. But Joe gives respect to this super silly one issue comic. And, regardless of your feelings on the actual stances of pacifism and all that, it's just the idea that Joe would be like, well, no, I'm going to show respect to this guy that was given no respect. And be like, no, Lando did agree with you. But later historians changed that because no one likes to hear that because everybody wants the Star Wars, And I thought that was really beautiful and nice to give respect like that to him.
I really like that. Ultimately, J.M. DeMatteis, what he wanted from the story was ultimately respected. I really like that. I really like that a lot because comics is this ongoing saga of people getting absolutely screwed over at every corner. This goes back to Bill Finger creating Batman and Bob Kane stealing all of his ideas, save the name.
Yeah.
To today, where Tom King, even though I was not a fan of his run, I thought it went on way too long and it was bad. His run was cut out from underneath him because why not? Because people don't like it. Because I don't like it. That's not a good reason. And that was not a good reason for Lucasfilm to chase him, even though I didn't like that story. That was actually, I was about to say, in my notes, I looked up right now. At the end, it said, "I am so sick of this." And I remember I went on Reddit and I said, "What stories do I need to get to Lumaya in the Marvel comics?" And that's all I'm going to read. And that's what I did because I got so sick of the Marvel comics. That story was my breaking point.
Wow.
And I also totally disagree with the message.
Who knew Cody Sunchild would be the death of you?
I know, right?
I love the old Marvel comics, like the Tag family. I thought that stuff was so much fun.
Cool though. Like,
it was so much fun.
It's so cool, as you said, Alex. Like Supernatural Encounters and Joe and the other editors, like showing respect to this one weird, silly comic that came out ages ago. You know, as we see with the Bedlam Spirits and the Hell Hoop and everything. Just these crazy, obscure comics that like you wouldn't think twice of if you just you were just reading it. Like, oh wow, that was weird.
Makes me want to go back and start from the beginning and properly go through and give them their due, as I didn't before.
I like the poetic elegance of this, like ostensibly final work of the EU, honoring the earliest works of the EU.
Yeah,
and this final work purportedly talks about what happens in the earliest eras of the EU and draws on the earliest works of the expanded universe. There's some nice, I don't know, it makes sense to me. It's like very poetic. Speaking of poetic, Ken, good to see you.
Han Solo, tell that the Kanji Club.
Oh my God. Good to see you.
Marcel, good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, Joe wrote a whole article about the comic that Al should read, Star Wars and the Myth of Redemptive Violence. Yeah, I think is that in one of the Sequart books that you can purchase off of Amazon. I might actually have that specific book.
I have it pulled up right here. I will look at it after stream.
Yeah, Harry says he doesn't think it'll change your mind about the comic itself, but it will give you an understanding of what was it was saying and why Joe chose this story.
I respect the viewpoint. It's just that I heavily disagree with it based off of what the Empire. My thing is, like, the Empire based off of the Nazis. I feel like that's probably an inappropriate time to bring up the whole pacifism angle.
Okay,
that's always been my problem with that. That's all. I mean, like, this is probably not a good time to go pacifist.
Speaking of pacifists, back to Supernatural Encounters. We have this interesting quote here, Max. I don't know if you caught it about the. They're like, I don't know if you're the final chosen one to Cody Sunchild. He says there have many who have been chosen over the long years. I believe that's on page 905. I don't know what page it's on in your book, but it's after he tells them. You want to read it out for us? This is but the fulfillment.
Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah. This is but the fulfillment of one prophecy, Umbolo said, but there are others. We follow the will of the Force, not steer it to our liking. You were called by the supernal flame as we were. None know if you are the ultimate chosen one, or just one who has been chosen, of which there have been many over the long years.
So we have that concept again repeating itself, right? Of this multiple chosen ones.
Which is so much better. I hate this, like, the single chosen one, because everyone's like, oh my God, like Dark Empire and Rise of Skywalker totally undoes the prophecy and all this. And then they get into these heated debates of who was the chosen one. I'm like, well, each generation has their own.
The Slayers. So like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So take that, Freddie Prinze Jr.
Broke. There are multiple chosen ones. Woke. Chosen one is a dumb idea and George shouldn't have used it.
But I like the idea of a chosen one because it's like
it a lot.
I like the fact that like each generation has its hero, and like each like
in every generation there is a Slayer.
Like awesome. There was like there's prophecies about different people, like with Cody Sunchild was the prophecy of these people, and then like, you know, like Anakin was the prophesied chosen one of something else, and then Jaina was the prophesied sword of the Jedi. You know, so it's like I like this reoccurring chosen one thing because it's like, you know, the Force chooses to put itself strongly through someone who can do the most good, and you know, I like that.
And you know, in their own ways, Ben Quaternaros and Skippy the Jedi droid. No, wait, listen.
We love Skippy.
Skippy the Jedi droid and Ben Quaternaros sacrificed their own parts in the saga so that Anakin Skywalker and later R2-D2 could be integral parts of the story.
Base.
Yeah.
The Bedlam Spirits, very interesting deep cut. The Wikipedia page is woefully insufficient. Yeah, I feel like
They're
that's almost
used extremely a lot in this book.
that's by design.
Yeah.
I almost feel like that's my conspiracy theory of the day. Harry says, I think Lucas' use of the chosen one is pointed and specific. Like Luke was never called a chosen one in the OT, but Anakin was. There's a point being made there. But didn't Lucas later on call Luke the chosen? Or maybe I think he always said Anakin was the chosen one. Never mind.
George
I
Lucas
change my mind all the time.
has been on things.
Yeah, it is a pretty dope looking book. It's on Amazon.
You can get it.
Maybe this Christmas, because it's right by your birthday, Tom. I'll get you a few copies. Anakin was in the prequels.
Actual encounters, okay.
Yeah. Almost as dope as that cloak. Yeah, she's going on an adventure.
Yes.
Um,
And it's just very cold in here.
Did you see the reference? Oh, sorry.
Just to clarify real quick,
That's very good, Alex.
Because I was a little bit aggressive with that joke. I like the multiple chosen ones things.
Base.
That I like the multiple. That's all I should say because I just do. I like that. I like the multiple chosen. I like the multiple generations thing. And I was just making fun. Sorry. Can you?
No.
And it's cool that there was previous chosen ones before Anakin. Like, I think Revan was definitely one. I think, you know,
The Hero of Typhon was another one.
Yeah, and there's like
Hero of Typhon.
Who was it? Oh, Solomon of Cathar was definitely a chosen one.
Starcrow. Alex, can we get another Gollum there from you? Just
you don't have any friends. Nobody likes you.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I'm not gonna lie. Cade Skywalker was one probably of his time.
But hold on.
Holy Starcrow.
Hold the phone. Oh my
Unholy
God.
Starcrow.
You also could just do that for Stitch and just make it less scary.
Insane impression.
Family means family, and family means that no one gets left behind.
Harry says multiple chosen ones. He enjoys it. Opens up the scope of storytelling, so it's not just the movie's narrative. Yeah, see, look at that. You have an emoji reaction to your Gollum impression.
You did an Obama one in the group chat the other day, and I had the same reaction. I was like, "What the hell?" Like,
no Obama.
I support his message.
Wow.
All right. So there is this interesting reference here to the singing flame and how it's going to draw those creatures out of Illithurian, like the ones that are kind of still not completely corrupted, and bring them to, I guess, like the unseen realm. And I just thought that was kind of cool. Like even in Illithurian, which is like almost like, you know, the charnel worlds are in Illithurian, right? It's like the deepest pits of the universe. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. Maxine's losing her mind.
Oh my God.
Obama is too powerful.
You guys.
Maybe.
There's no
Not
hope.
really.
There's no hope.
Alex is insane.
That's true.
Our dream city, our Droman Rain, has been reborn from you to rescue the peoples of Sky River. This is the Kingdom of Dreams. Once you and your own master the art of living here, spread the word to all who would leave behind the madness of a galaxy at constant war. In so doing, the city of dreams will grows to become a galaxy of dreams. And then they take their leave. They would disappear from these shores forever. With that whole like they would disappear from these shores forever, it kind of like made me think of the elves leaving for the Grey Havens. Yeah. They leave like Middle Earth. It almost like had that feeling to it, right?
They're going to outer space.
They're going to outer space, yeah. And then the Empire arrives, and we get into the things that we just discussed, right? Lando shows up with Chewbacca, and Cody Sunchild dies, laying his life down for the cause of peace, which is different than how the comic portrays it. But we're told in a well, actually, it's like the last paragraph, but also a footnote. Calrissian would go on to tell everyone he knew of the great Cody Sunchild and his wondrous kingdom of dreams. And so Sunchild's tale spread, sparking hope in the hearts of many. So did the prophecy of the flame serve as a precedent, an archetype for the prophecy of restoration, the promise of that other dimensional kingdom that would be the cornerstone and pattern of the new universe to come, where Cody, arrayed in beryl, gold, and lapis lazuli, awaits at the aperture to greet all who arrived. It says, out of concern that his testimony would undermine the rebellion's goals, Calrissian's account was altered by the historian who'd published it to portray Lando as hostile to Sunchild's philosophy. This angered Calrissian, who then refused to provide future reports. It was corrected several years later. And that the sort of out of universe correction is basically like the author of that DeMatteis saying, like, that's not what I intended for this issue to be. Right. So it's kind of cool how that's included in the narrative of the story itself.
I think it's a really fun idea to play with the morality of Star Wars.
Yep.
Especially that early on. Like, what is that? Like 1981 or 2? To challenge, I like the idea, and I like that it's DeMatteis because he loves doing that sort of thing, challenging the idea. In JLI, he challenges the idea of a super team, where it's these dysfunctional idiots. You know, what happens? Or in Spider-Man, what happens when the villain wins? He loves to sort of subvert tropes in a really interesting and thoughtful way, rather than in a very dumb way, as we have been subjected to before. Obviously, I disagree with the message, but I do respect where it's coming from, not just ideologically, but in sort of subverting Star Wars tropes. That'd be a fun debate to have, but I'm probably not up to the task.
Subverting Star Wars tropes. I might get into like Disney canon territory, which will not make any of us happy.
I don't know if you
I was more referring to the pacifism thing, not the tropes.
Yeah, fair enough. And what did you think of Chapter 82 now that we've completed speaking of it? And I know you didn't get to give your initial thoughts.
But I thought it was interesting. Like, piggyback on what Max said about the whole chosen one in different eras. I think that's a cool idea. There's not going to be just one hero. Like, in my opinion, there's never one hero in a universe. There's always going to be more than one. Like, you have Cade, Jaina. I guess you could say Anakin, technically, maybe. No.
Which one?
Anakin Solo.
Yes,
I would say. Yeah.
It's like he dies. Spoilers.
What's up, INJO?
Oh, okay.
Al hasn't gotten there yet.
Okay, my bad.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank God. Thank God. I could have doomed us all here. Anyways, to quote one of my favorite shows. In every age, in every place, the deeds of men remain the same. No matter where you are, no matter what universe, there's always going to be a hero. Even in the darkest of times, the brightest of times, even if you don't need a hero, there's always going to be one. Like, even if the world doesn't need a hero, you're going to have one. There's going to be some guy somewhere who's going to be doing stuff, saving people, even if the world doesn't need it. That's my whole take on the hero.
Knight.
Very, very Superman at Kingdom Come era take.
But what did you think of Cody Sunchild in the chat?
I thought he was a Chad. That whole scene where he walks into the fire and gets purified, I was like, wow, this is like really that was a highlight of the entire chapter.
Yeah, it was good stuff. And you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Daenerys Targaryen when she goes into the flame, unburnt, and her dragons are born. So that's what it reminded me. Immediately, that's what it made me think of, because of several times where she goes into fire and does not get burnt. And that happened to Cody Sunchild. So I was like,
Funny enough, that whole scene just reminded me of Jesus' baptism. Like, he goes into the water and then comes out. And
how can Cody be jamming us if he doesn't know what's coming?
Look at that coloring on Chewbacca's face. It makes him look like his hair is like here, and then his face starts.
Yeah, it looks like a baboon.
So with that, we're done chapter 82. 2 more chapters and an epilogue to go.
Let's go.
chapter 83 is called In the Temple of Darkness, and the first subchapter heading is The Long Journey of the Night Sister. And I remember Maxine being really enamored by this point.
This
Yeah.
chapter is
Landon
so
does
good. It is one of my favorites in the whole book. Love
So
it.
we got a return of who?
Doctor Who.
Darth Dreadwar.
Yeah,
Hello, welcome back, Mr. Yapper.
It is ominous indeed. Huh.
The
This is
Yapper.
the chapter that makes you despair before the hope is restored in the last
Marcel,
chapter.
can I
of the
read us
book.
the first 2 paragraphs, please?
Darth
You may.
Awesome. Darth Dreadwar's failure to escape Nilimbra. 13. Hope I'm reading that right.
It was 13, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I
My
remember
Roman
it was
numerals
Final
are
Fantasy 13.
pretty not numeral.
Yeah.
It cost him over 4 millennia of wasted time and a deathless sleep. But a short time after the defeat of Emperor Palpatine over the moon of Endor, the stars aligned again, and he learned of the witches of Dathomir. Dreadwar's holocron had come into the possession of Exar Kun, that's my boy, who liberated it from the Dark Lord's tomb, from which he passed it to Atris, the Jedi Council, Darth Ruin, the Black Sun Syndicate, Jabba the Hutt, and finally, the Crime Lord, Tiber Zahn, who, after stealing it from Jabba, tried several means of probing its secrets, all in vain, until he concluded that a more experienced hand was in order.
Yeah.
You know who Tiber Zahn is. This is one that got me real bad. I was like,
I
is-
knew him.
is that-
Okay, I only know him from he's an Empire at War, right? The
Yes,
Yes, he is the DLC white-haired guy from Empire at War.
DLC add-on.
Yeah,
Tiber Zahn's the
Wow.
DLC add-on to the expanded universe too.
awesome.
He's the DLC
Okay.
for Supernatural Encounters too.
Here, there's a picture of him actually. I can pull him up.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Sephiroth. Dun, 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 Sephiroth.
He does
I'm
look
saying that because Final
He does
Fantasy
look
VII
like-
Rebirth
does look like
just came out.
Sephiroth.
Edgy.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it did.
He looks a little bit edgy. He looks
He's
a little
so
bit like a late '90s EU character, like
Yeah.
oh, what's her
Like
name?
anime
From
villain.
West End Games.
I
Yeah.
prefer Kafka. So
Empire at War. Kefka, yeah, Kefka's based.
thank you. Yeah, somebody agrees.
I agree with you. Best
Yeah.
Final Fantasy villain, in my opinion.
I
I
might have,
love you.
I'll have to read this. Can I read this next one? Sorry. I know Ken said he was gonna, but
Playing Rebirth right now. Very cool. Yeah, go for it.
with the Dread Mother integrating with Mother Talzin, the Night Sisters began growing in influence and power, for which reason the jaundiced and wary Sidious had betrayed them and ordered her execution during the Clone Wars. Talzin had sacrificed much of her own strength to keep her grandson, Maul, from death after his bifurcation at the hands of a Jedi, and she was near upon completing the ritual that would put her spirit in Count Dooku when General Grievous impaled her. Her dark spirit ranged on, corrupting Gethserion as she had earlier with Salem, prompting Palpatine to have the planet blockaded and many of the Night Sisters imprisoned during the Galactic Civil War. And then there's a footnote 234 in this copy. Talzin had been betrayed by her spoiled and ambitious daughter Caecina, who offered Maul, Talzin's favorite, to Sidious. Caecina's own account differs considerably, deceptively portraying it herself as the heroine trying to protect her son from becoming a Night Brother in Talzin's grasp. So we'll get some good stuff up in here. Okay. So
before we launch into that, can I just sing Harry's Xbox, Jim Carrey, eat a bear, mac and cheese, Sephiroth? Okay, sorry. It was really good, to the tune of One Winged Angel. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
So the Dread Mother essentially integrates herself with Mother Talzin, and I was just watching Sheev Talk's latest video on the Clone Wars, and he was talking about how OP Mother Talzin is, and I was like, well, I mean, she was kind of together with a god, so it's like, I mean, I guess it tracks. And we know that it was a lot of Talzin's strength to keep Maul alive.
Okay, this lore confuses me. Was Maul not supposed to be Talzin's son?
So yeah, so there was a whole thing like she's said to be essentially in some sources to be like his mother.
Okay.
But in this,
That's what I've always heard.
is his grandmother, which makes a lot more sense and is more in line with the EU because we meet Maul's actual mother in Darth Plagueis.
And that's Caecina.
Yes, and she gives
Yeah.
Maul to to Sidious when he's
I
there.
remember that line. Imagine just like some random woman giving you like a kid.
Baby.
She's
Here,
like,
take it. He's like, what? Like, I don't want it. Take it.
Sidious
Take
is
this
just
child.
like,
Well, I don't want this kid. You giving it to me?
And then,
No, Sidious is like, yes, give
Oh,
this.
fair. Give me the child. Give
Do
me
it.
him.
but
I like
also,
unlimited children.
unlimited scandits, but this makes
Unlimited skin.
this also put
I
Son of Dathomir as like
Scanded power.
canon as well, or
Yeah.
references Son of Dathomir because she was trying to possess Dooku, and then General Grievous killed her. And then Talzin was possessing Getsarion as well, and Getsarion was in Courtship, right?
Yeah, Courtship of
Indeed.
Princess Leia.
So this is something I ran into when I was reading Courtship of Princess Leia. I saw a lot of people saying that Gethzarion was way too powerful. Now, I never really
Well,
saw
now we
it
know
like
why.
that. Well, yeah, now we know why.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I'm a little bit, I was like, I don't know how I feel about Mother Talzin taking over Gethzarion. I like Gethzarion as her own thing, mostly because I hate Clone Wars and everything about it, and I wanted it all to go away and over there. However, on the other hand, not having to argue with people on Reddit. In all seriousness, though, thinking back on it, no, she was pretty powerful. Like, I think I was sort of, because she was like vaporizing people with lightning just on a dime.
That's always fun.
No,
So-
you know better. That's
Veldorian.
Veldorian, the Splendid.
Um,
You missed all of our Cody Sunchild discussion. We just finished with
Just
Yeah.
all of it.
it's Veldorian.
one thing I was hoping that this chapter would do is talk about Dathomir itself, and like, because there's like there's two different versions of Dathomir. There's like the actual good version in the EU where it's, you know, a lush planet filled with life, and in another one it's just a red smog filled wasteland and it's nasty and ugly. So it's like I was like hoping that we'd learn the deal with that, you
Yeah.
know.
Two Dathomirs.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. What if it's just like, what if where Talzin and her Night Sisters are is like a completely different continent on Dathomir, and it's just all nasty and ugly? You know?
Yeah.
That was always my cope. It was the same thing with Mandalore
Yeah.
and TCW because
Yeah, Mandalore.
you know, I mean, most of the Star Wars in general just makes a planet be this one thing, except
Yeah.
for Adamar, where that's like a explicit point that it's not the same.
Mhm.
But so I was just like, well, my best guess, like Mandalore and the area that we see of Dathomir in TCW is just
Yeah.
a section of it. Like Mandalore that we see that's trying to be peaceful is
Mm.
just like the United States is a big portion of
Yeah.
the planet,
it's not the whole
it's
world.
nowhere near the whole planet.
Yeah.
So
It's just like
that's
how
kinda I cope.
Tatooine is largely like allocated to like Mos Eisley and Mos Espa, you know,
Mm.
and those two places, but it's an
we don't see the
entire
whole thing.
planet, you
Yeah,
know,
or Anchorhead.
or like just like the Junlin Wastes or something, or Obi-Wan's house or something. So it's like there's an entire planet there. Yes.
Yeah.
Not to me.
Nothing exists outside.
The entire
Yeah.
country is one big planet.
The entire country is one big planet.
So it's like maybe that's the deal with Dathomir is
Yeah.
that
That's my
this
cope
red
anyway.
part of it that's all nasty and ugly is a completely different continent. But then again, there's shots of Dathomir in space from the Clone Wars, and it's like the whole planet's red, and I hate that.
The whole
You know?
planet is one big red.
Pretty much, it's like they just put a bunch of food coloring in it. And it
Maybe
just turned red.
maybe there was some pollution, okay, and it just made the
Maybe.
skies
I don't
kind of
know.
red. And by the time of Courtship, it's been fixed. They fixed their problems.
Now,
That's like
now
20
correct me
years
if I'm
or
wrong.
something.
Who here has read Courtship recently?
Recently? No,
Not
I haven't read it in
recently.
like 20
I've
years.
read it.
Oh no, hopefully
Twice.
somebody in the chat has. I could have sworn in Courtship they mentioned something about the horizon looking strange, like being the wrong color. Han
It's like
and Leia.
Dathomir never has even like a day and night cycle. It's just always red. You
Well,
know? It's so
listen, I'm
weird.
trying here. I'm trying to give them
We're
something.
trying to do this. We
Try to
can't.
justify it.
Someone give me an answer. God damn it!
I don't think we're
bothering
getting
me.
one. I think we're stuck with. Yeah, I'm Dave Filoni. I don't care. So
I don't
We're stuck here.
understand.
I'm the
Hey,
prophet.
you see
I
this
was
nice
chosen.
planet, like we're gonna
What are you guys
screw it
getting
up.
mad about?
Okay, I think I have an
It's
idea.
like stories, man.
I feel like
Dathomir and courtship.
with most Star Wars planets, we don't see the full biome. We just see part of the planet.
Well, yeah,
On the other
that's
side
what
of the
we're talking
planet,
about.
there
It's
could
like,
be like
gotta
on
be.
the like you have one side of Dathomir is this like red, hazy, death like
That's true.
rocky
but
waste.
the
On the other
whole
side,
planet is like red. It's so weird.
Well, you only see one side of it,
Where's your
right?
Dave
that's how I
Filoni?
reconcile it.
Yeah, we
Marcel.
do
It's just two
only
different
see one side
biomes.
of it. That is
Yeah.
true.
Maybe it's like in the
figure.
new Void Rivals comic where you have two halves and they are literally separated at the poles.
It's like yin
And
and
they
yang.
look
Ryloth.
completely different. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would
And
be a
that's,
Or-
very.
that's
or
another
just
thing. They
two-
made Ryloth boring too. They
Just
made
two
it just a
Dathamirs.
desert world.
Easy,
Two
two
Dathomir.
Dathamirs.
Yeah,
There's
Or
literally
maybe
like other
Dathomir one
there's
didn't
other
happen.
planets in the EU that have the same name.
yeah.
There's like 9 Earths in this book.
Sure.
That's true.
That's fair.
Well,
That's a good
anyway.
point.
if they designated it like Dathomir 1, Dathomir 2, that wouldn't be
Yeah.
so bad.
Dathomir 1.
Maybe Dathomir's the sun.
Yeah.
Sun, so it's yeah. Oh, okay.
Do you know?
Alright,
there-
yeah.
Do you know how many like in our real world? How many cities like have like similar names or like this?
Yeah.
There's like
True.
how many Springfields are there in the United States? Come on.
There's Springfield, Massachusetts.
How many Chatsworths
There
are
is.
Yeah.
But then how did the Night Sisters? Because the backstory in courtship is that the Night Sisters and the others, I forget. Do they have a different designation? It doesn't matter. They all
there's
the
witches,
crash land.
and then there's like the Night Sisters.
Okay, the Night Sisters and the Witches, they all crash land together. They all start as one group. They all crash land on Dathomir together, and then they separate into like they're not even two different societies, but like just two different sects of people.
We're going to talk about
What if,
how Dreadwar
like-
is going to give like an actual account of the history of Dathomir.
What if
Fair enough.
like I don't know, there's like another like sect of Night Sisters that were just so bonkers that they just kicked them off the planet. Go to Dathomir 2, and then like they went there and they established it and they called it Dathomir and they said, no, we're the true Night Sisters, you know?
Get this:
Oh.
3 Night Sister factions.
City Alpha 5. This is
There's
City
too
Alpha
many
6.
Night Sisters.
4 Night Sister
Oh
factions.
my god!
Maybe there's 10 Night Sister factions. We can just keep going until we fix it.
There's unlimited Scandus and there's unlimited Night Sisters.
Yes.
I love that. Like,
Purge them.
There's actually the Paw Patrol who helped escort the Dathomir to the
okay,
section.
well, none of that. This is like a Wrath of Khan moment where he's like, "This is City Alpha 5. City Alpha 6 exploded." Yeah.
City
Oh,
Alpha
man.
6 exploded.
Exploded when you dropped us off.
So,
Right.
we're introduced to a Dathomirian Night Sister named Silri.
Yes.
Her mother is the Night Sister Queen, and she has a pet rancor named Cuddles.
I love
I
that.
love that
so
name.
much.
So
Cuddles
I don't I didn't like Silri.
cute.
I thought she was way too colloquial. Didn't speak at all like what I would expect a Night Sister to speak.
The way I
Like,
Get
read
this,
like maybe
she's
she's
different languages for the Dathomir.
arrogant.
How about a second language for the Dathomir?
like anyways, she goes okay, so she ends up I think Tiberzon charges her with trying to unlock Darth Dreadwar's holocron, and she ends up unlocking part of it and travels to Nilribma 13. She uncovers Dreadwar's army there, entombed in carbonite, and then she goes to the Dread monolith and meets Dreadwar, and they have a conversation. He says, "You are neither Sith nor Jedi, but something else," Darth Dreadwar croaked. And she says, "Let me be clear, I am a Night Sister. I have no desire to join you, apprentice under you, or deal with your bat-cark crazy nonsense. I will release you in exchange for the secrets you put in this holocron. You can then do as you please." And so she asks him about like Night Sister lore. She says, "What do you know about the dish?" Wait. He says, "What do you know about how the witches of Dathomir began?" And she says, 600 years ago, Alia, a former Jedi, was exiled to Dathomir. And he's like, that is not the start of the witches, but rather their return. So that's how he kind of retcons the fact that the witches have been around for much longer, right? So I obviously Supernatural Encounters does not support a theory of 2 Dathomirs, but I almost want to like look at this closely and see if I could fit it in. And then he says, "I will tell you some ancient history of the galaxy if you'll share with me some of this modern history." And so he says that it is said that the very first witch queen, who is known as the Dread Mother, haunts Dathomir, and that it was she who aided Alia to achieve her goals, from which come your Night Sisters. And she says, we know of the Dread Mother, though we refer to her as the Crone, right? So it sounds like to them she's more of like almost like a mythological being or supernatural being. It's the future of her clans that she's more focused on, Silri. And she says, that's the reason why I depart Dathomir with Zahn. But you asked me about the modern state of the galaxy. And so I believe she tells him sort of the state of things. It says she was reluctant to divulge too much about her people. So Dreadwar basically convinces her to take part of the Dread Monolith, which he is coded to, which he is like chained to. His spirit is tethered to, and bring him with her on a journey into the unknown regions to meet with the true Sith. Yeah.
Unran.
I
love this.
Do you want to read that first those first two paragraphs, Max? It proved a lengthy trip.
Where is it? Okay. It proved a lengthy trip, and the most difficult one she'd ever made. There were not a few times that Silri considered jettisoning the Dark Lord and turning around, but she gritted her teeth and steeled herself as Dreadwar, and his holocron navigated past bizarre space sinkholes, singularity traps, and other anomalies. Though she'd hit it well, the horror she felt in this region was unlike anything she'd previously experienced. It was like swimming through an ocean of nightmare. She initially suspected that Dreadwar was doing something to her, but Cuddles could see it too. She forced herself not to look out the viewports as she soared past things that were impossible in any reality she knew of. Giant faces in the stars, throngs of twisted things that pressed against the transparisteel, flapping, floating, rolling monstrosities of such immensity they could not be. Dreadwar prattled on with some convoluted rational explanation of the phenomena that seemed anything but.
Oh yes, that's just the giant head.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Like,
I love the imagery of like these three beings trapped in a spaceship, and there are just things outside. Like, look at me, and you can't acknowledge them. If you acknowledge them, they get in or whatever. I love like that trope. So if you acknowledge them, they come in.
I just think that it's fascinating the picture that's painted here because. For me, I would love to see that represented in some kind of art.
Yes, we're seeing the Nile retreat. It's so cool. So I like when we first talked about this in the True Sith and the Nile retreat, and they're hiding out there. Like, I became so fascinated with them and their motives and their what it looks like there and what they look like.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like, that's why I love this chapter so much, is because we finally get to go there and we finally get to explore them. And
yeah, they're quite inscrutable, the true Sith, right? Like, and they seem so far removed from mortal concerns. Like, clearly they're steering the galaxy towards a dark future, but at the same time, they just have no real interest in getting involved in the minutiae, right? Like they have agents for that and that kind of thing. So I think that's what makes them a very interesting enemy compared to the rank and file Sith that we're used to. When Silri drops him off, she tries to escape Rand, but almost gets taken back in, right? It says there's a depressive, hazy miasma clouded her mind just as it did her ship. It seemed to say, there is no place to go. You are alone in this world. Here you are welcome. Here you can live forever. Here you can rule worlds. And she gets this idea of her as Silri, Queen of the Galaxy, but she has a thought of her being a skeleton queen, like a lich queen, rotting clothes and crown as she floated across the bleak and barren shores before her ruined palace. I was like, oh, there's a Dark Souls boss in the making. Yeah, and you Ken would like that.
Yeah, of course.
And then she started to laugh when she thought about that, and her sudden merriment lifted even Cuddle's spirit. So even just the idea made her laugh, but that humor is what allowed her to kind of break the spell and escape.
Cuddles.
I just hate this idea of a Rancor named Cuddles. It just seems so juvenile and beneath. And sorry, I know it's like
it.
I mean, hey, like people in there like pit bulls, like Rainbow or something. So like,
Al's face acting every stream is great. Yeah, it's top notch. Max is asking, how frequently is Filoni's Clone Wars mentioned? Do you mean in this stream or in these chapters or like in the book proper? Because I would say in the
book proper, we got the ones as a big thing.
Yeah.
So.
The ones are, but they're also mentioned in Fate of the Jedi, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
so, yeah.
I would say, I don't know, like maybe like if you discount the ones, maybe like 5 or 6 times throughout, maybe more actually, because there's some references to planets and stuff that you only really see in species that you only really see in the Clone Wars.
There you go. Harry said,
in the entire book, yeah, not overly excessive. I think actually this book does a lot to kind of smooth over some of the issues with the multimedia project and the TCW. In Harry Potter, you have a Cerberus dog named Fluffy. Yeah, but I don't like Harry Potter, so that doesn't do anything for me.
Same.
I just do not like Harry Potter. Yeah, that's not true.
Harry Potter would do to you.
I just don't like the story. I think it's like utterly derivative, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that it's
anyway.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the fact that Harry Potter is eminently readable, the prose, and it's caused so many children to turn to literacy and help them along their journey in terms of reading. But I see it as like helping them to learn how to read better books than Harry Potter. So.
Like supernatural encounters, they should read those.
No,
absolutely.
Like Harry Potter's the gateway drug.
Yeah. One of my mom's friends, she named her Chihuahua Tank.
Oh my gosh.
Tank.
So that's like the reverse.
I don't know, Cuddles. Okay, whatever. I'm sorry.
Well, Jabba's Rancor is Patissa.
I like Patissa. That's a great name.
Should we get into what he named his child then?
Stinky or whatever.
No, that didn't happen.
And there's a reason why that's derided as.
I really want to write a story where Boba Fett kills Stinky.
I'd like to think Vader does because he just had to save that slug.
I'm trying to think, like, because this is a little side tangent. I won't take long. But Jabba's always like super smart, right? He's kind of like the Palpatine of the underworld. Like he always is like playing 4D chess with everyone else. He's trying to play the game. But in episode 6, he's like really like drunk and high all the time. Like why? Did something happen?
Vibing.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, don't make me feel bad for him now that he's like trying to like numb his pain. What are you doing?
Wait a second. No. That just didn't happen. I didn't watch it. You can't tell me it happened. Don't tell me it happened. It didn't happen.
Actually, better yet,
it didn't happen.
Cad Bane did him. And then,
oh man, Jabba was vibing.
How many of you guys saw that in theaters?
Sorry, I don't know anyone by the name of Cad Bane.
Who's that?
What was that, Al? What?
How many of you guys saw that movie in theaters, the Clone Wars animated movie?
Not me.
Oh God, I
I
did.
don't remember if I did or not.
I did.
I read the novelization for the first time last year, and I was like, this novelization is just as. I actually think Travis did a decent job with what she was given, but the story in itself is just not interesting.
Oh yeah, she had like nothing to work with, but she still made it slightly better.
Yeah. Jabba accidentally sits on Stinky. I mean,
I like that.
Maybe Frankie saw it in theaters when he was 5.
Does that mean Jabba was a woman?
All right, that's what I'm saying.
Even in the game, Sillery gave off the vibe of an edgy anti-authority teenager rather than a true Darksider. I always assume she was older, but her age isn't given. Yeah, I just don't like it. I just think it's so out of place in this book, personally.
Fair
enough.
Cad Bane, who is he? Darth Bane's son? Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Even as a kid, I didn't like Cad Bane.
He's actually his cat. He's his caddy.
Wow.
Oh my God.
He carries his hat.
Just golf balls.
Sillery learns from Darth Dreadwar's holocron. He teaches her after she ferries him there how to unlock the rest of it. She learns how to make witchlings, where they're different from smoke demons and Sith spawn. They're intelligent enough to serve as assassins and spies. Do we have a picture of a witchling? Yes. Right? I can pull one up. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna share the picture of the witchling. I just gotta go there. Everybody's silent. Somebody speak while I share this picture.
Here,
witchling. Is that's a
yeah.
witchling, right?
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look at that.
Looks
That
like a
art.
Demogorgon.
Yeah, it does look like a Demogorgon.
Resident
Look at
Evil.
that claw.
That's awesome.
That's a Bloodborne
That's
boss right
cracking
there, boy.
monster.
That is a Bloodborne boss right there. Look at. I love it.
Look
Has
at
like
that
this
mouth.
catcher's mitt of a hand.
Yeah. Oh my. It's
I
the
had,
ultimate cost.
Awesome.
I think this is a Guillaume Ducos piece. I apologize if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is.
It
Someone I
looks
know
like what
said
the
he
movie
looked like-
version of Carnage should have been.
Yes, I was about like someone I know said he looked like Carnage.
Do you think he's smiling?
Yeah, he's vibing.
Yeah.
He's smiling.
He's got the Great
open up
Mind's
food.
head from Halo.
Look at him. He's happy. He's having a good
He looks
time.
so happy.
Baked, bro.
Yeah, he's so happy. What a happy boy.
Hey guys.
like
I just
like
got
a
out of
dog
seeing
with
the
my-
Clone Wars movie in theaters in 2008. He's living.
Bro, just read all of NJO.
Look
He's
at
like,
Wow,
just
he's
saw
not me.
just saw Dune 2. It was great. Because I live in New Zealand and I'm in the future and can see movies before
just finished
Marcel.
Supernatural Encounters and he's happy. He's vibing.
Sorry, I'm
Fate
so
goes together as foes.
jealous of everybody who lives. Yeah, there's some great art here. Tom, I'll show it to you when I see you on the weekend. Last picture day. The background is a roll down. It does look like a roll down. Let's throw that back up there just to see the background does entirely look like a roll down.
I feel like if you put that picture in like a yearbook, you would not be able to tell the difference. Like if you looked closely. Look at him.
Bro.
Class of
He's wearing a Sunday
2024.
best.
Should have picked the library background. I'm gonna I don't know, edit it. I can't do that to this art. It's so beautiful. But I want to edit it and put in like through like a.
I'll have to do it.
Here, I actually have a library background I can throw up here in my virtual background. I used it the other day. There you go. How you doing? All right.
Throws in the Jedi archives.
So Silvery delves too deep and too greedily, and the witchlings end up ripping her apart.
Rip.
This was a bad idea, she thinks to herself as claws rake her abdomen open. And then this part. I was not expecting this, but sensing her death from Dathomir, Tamith Kai. Okay, you can read it. Go ahead, Max.
Wait, hold on. Yep. Sensing her death from Dathomir, Tamith Kai and Lomi Plo, two Night Sisters of the Great Canyon Coven, broke free of their gale and came to Timberzan, searching for answers or prepared to exact a vengeance. So, Tamith Kai from Young Jedi Knights, if y'all know, she's a Night Sister. And Tenel broke her leg, which was one of the best
funniest
scenes in
parts.
Shadow Academy. I love it. And Lomi Plo is part of Dark Nest mostly, but she
does show up in New Jedi Order. She shows up in Star by Star.
She's in Star by Star, and then she reappears again in Dark Nest, and she's essentially the main villain. And I love that. Anything with New Jedi Order and Young Jedi Knights reference, I'm here for.
So I like that too. I did not like a reference to them at the end of the chapter, or maybe actually no, it's right here. It's not even the end of the chapter. It's page 914 in the copy that I have. So they sense her death, and they go and try and find out what happened to her. Tiberzon had already been killed, having been shredded to pieces by some unknown adversary. I assume it was the witchlings, right? So she summons the witchlings to kill Tiberzon, and they end up essentially doing that, but they kill her in the process too. But she appears to Lomi and Tamith as like a force ghost, a wraith of some kind.
She's like possessing, like her spirit's like attached to Cuddles. Because of course, if you're a dark side user, you have to be like attached to something. If you're a Sith spirit of some kind, right? She says, "Still your tears, my beloved sisters. Before I embarked upon my failed experiment with the creatures that killed me and took my ship to Zon to kill Zon, I learned things from the Sith that enabled me to enact an old Night Sister spell, thought lost since the time of Mother Talzin. And so I live on, my spirit attached to this beast. Keep him near until he dies, and I will guide you to your rightful destiny as queens of the galaxy." Tamith Kai and Lomi Plo looked at each other sadly, and as if coming to a decision, nodded.
Let it be as you say, sister. Teach us the ways of the Sith. So I didn't like this part. Teach us the ways of the Sith. I wish they would have said, teach us the ways of the dark side. Because they're not Sith, Lomi Plo and Tamith Kai. They are like explicitly not Sith. In the sources, they're mentioned as dark Jedi. But teach us the ways of the Sith. Just, okay, fine, go ahead. Sell this to me.
I'm going to try and help you along with this. So I think the thing with like, okay, so Tamith Kai gets involved with Brachus, right?
Yeah, a Dark Jedi Academy.
A Dark Jedi, yes. Yeah. But most Dark Jedi like want to learn the ways of the Sith. And I feel like, Brachus, recruiting, other Force-sensitive individuals and stuff, and Tamith Kai would maybe have something that he would want to like help with his Sith training, or they would help each other, and like, or maybe Tamith Kai would see Brachus's power and be like, all right, well, he's in league with this reborn Palpatine that they all thought was there at the time, who was going to teach them more ways of the Sith. And then, so it's like, I think, possibly like the Shadow Academy maybe all felt that they would be Sith again under Palpatine, and Tamith Kai was like down with it, and she was like, maybe she felt that she could teach Brachus things, or Brachus could teach her things. And then Lomi Plo.
Let her finish her argument.
Okay.
Lomi Plo, as we learn later on in certain things that I can't say.
Yeah.
I can't say it yet. I can't. I don't want to.
Let me just talk about Tamith Kai for a second. She gets taken out by like a child.
Well, a TIE fighter crashes on her, so I mean,
I don't know, but like, no, I'm taltalking about like when she first gets taken in Shadow Academy, when like Tenel Ka breaks her leg. I just feel like they're so super underpowered for people who like learn the ways of the Sith. That's just my take. I just
not everybody's good at it. I mean,
I'm on Marcel's side, but I will play devil's advocate.
Okay.
And say, Old Republic MMO.
Yeah.
There's like 100,000 Sith, and some of them suck. You kill in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's not required that you be amazing to be a Sith. Just requires you to believe in the philosophy.
But
I don't think she believes in the philosophy is the biggest thing there.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah.
You can learn the dark side techniques. You could even be a dark sider that wants to learn Sith teachings in terms of power and move sets and technique without adhering to the philosophy, which I don't think that Tamith Kai would.
Yeah. I just feel like Silri has like access to so much knowledge, and Tamith Kai and Lomi Plo just don't reflect that back in any subsequent source that they show up in.
How about this? Yeah, they only like they only learn from Dread Wars Holocron, so they're only learning what's in there, and it's like, and it's only until Cuddles is alive. So Cuddles could have died a week later. Who knows? And then their training in the Sith ways, or their knowledge of it, could have just I could have been so minimal that they just didn't care for it anymore, and then went to, something else. I mean, or Tamith Kai maybe just lost interest in it, or didn't have a talent for it. But Lomi Plo, I can't say right now. For next stream, we totally can, but this time I cannot.
Okay.
So I'm just, maybe Tamith Kai didn't have the proclivity for it, and maybe she didn't.
Yeah, maybe she just sucks as a Force user.
Yeah, maybe she just sucked. I mean, hey, look what happened to her in Young Jedi Knight. She got, beat on by a bunch of kids. So
happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
I always hesitate when it's just like, well, they suck. I'm like, I feel like that's a little bit like. I don't know.
I mean, this is even. Like I'm just gonna say Corey's point. This makes it even worse for me. Learning the knowledge and techniques of the Sith by way of recovering holocron and text isn't necessarily the same as identifying a Sith. Many Darksiders draw on Sith knowledge. I just feel like at least Tamith Kai is way too underpowered to have learned any knowledge and techniques of the Sith. That's just my.
Did she do anything in YJK? I don't remember. Did she kill anybody? Did she do anything?
Do you guys remember KOTOR? I know everybody here loves
Tales of Jedi era. I remember KOTOR.
Do you remember Darth Bandon?
Yes, yeah.
I rest my case. Tamith
that
Kai,
jobber, Darth Bandon.
So if Darth Bandon,
to be fair, Tamith
Kai can be.
He was also trained by Darth Malak, who
Yeah,
A little bit of a
yeah.
pushover who kind of sucked.
He was pretty
What's
decent
a
in the
KOTOR
KOTOR
indeed?
comics, though. He was decent in the KOTOR comics. He just sucks in the video game.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Yes. So this does happen, but there's more to it than that. We.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yes,
Yeah.
because she was in league with Lumaya.
Yeah.
That's right. Now I can talk about this actually
Was
because
she?
it's not just in this. Yes, she was. They talked
She's
about
not alive by the time of Legacy of the Force.
No, but when.
That's not really spoilers. Just she's the main antagonist of.
Well, no,
Dark
but
Knight.
like there's things in Legacy of the Force that happen that.
Yeah, I know that I can't talk. Yeah.
It does
But-
help with Lomi Plo, I will say.
Because
Okay.
Lomi Plo is talked about extensively by people who I will not say.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
In
I see what
Legacy
you're
of the
saying.
Force, and then
Okay.
they're like, "Oh yeah, Lumaya, like was in league with Lomi Plo, and another person who I will not say the name of."
We can move on. We can move
Yeah,
on to
right.
while Tamith Kai and
Sorry,
Lomi
it's
Plo
a
are
whole-
while they're learning the ways of the Sith, and I'm grinding my teeth. Dreadwar meets the lore master of the Shadow Sanctuary. He comes across the ruthless and horrible Lord Toxmalb. From his silver throne, he floated over, a taut and creaking skeletal frame barely concealed in a costly vermilion robe. Strings of flesh stretched over the rictus maw of his laughing mouth. With his head crowned in the two-pronged heliotropic hat of an arch-abbot. This is like literally a Dark Souls boss. Lord Toxmalb had been a philosopher of a kind, though from what world there were none left to tell, nor were there any to ask what kind of man he had once been before he had come to haunt the ruined temple, whether his eyes had always fell upon the whispering shadows, or if his thoughts that moved through his mind were ever in opposition to them. I love how, like, even now Dreadwar is like, I've lived for thousands of years and there are no gods. Like, he's still maintaining his atheism.
Yeah,
He's a
so that's
yapper.
like
My
it's the
favorite
greatest thing.
character.
Yeah.
I love him for that simple thing that we know objectively.
Bro
Reading
is
this
literally
book,
a shadow spirit.
That's not
He-
true. and
He's
he
literally
refuses.
me. He's literally me.
KOTOR
Like,
means
it's right
dirty
in
in
front of
Frankie's
you.
home language.
There's
Yeah,
no
I know.
doubt. There should be no
Yeah, there's
doubt. It's
I know,
insane.
but like that's the thing. That's why he's like, I think he's a fascinating character. Because
Yeah.
it's like, even though it's like he literally there are demigods and deities staring him in the face, he's just like, nah.
And Bro himself is literally a shadow being.
Him and Plagueis should get a drink sometime.
Yeah.
They're of the same mind, apparently.
I absolutely like. If we could just read this entire chapter, I know we won't do that, but like,
No, we won't.
it's just like
Nah.
I love it so much, and I love this lore.
This dread lore.
Yes.
Dreadlord do be bussin'.
No.
Would you like to go to the Shadow Realm?
Yes. I need to explore things.
I need a vacation.
Oh.
You should all go on a
Science.
vacation to the Shadow Realm
It's for science.
for research purposes.
Yes.
Yeah, for science. There's nothing else. As Dreadward would say.
I just want to go there and have a good time.
It's so funny. I'm trying to look up a picture. Oh yeah, here we go. I have a picture of this guy,
Of Toxmalb or Dreadwar?
Toxmalb. It's a Dark Souls picture, but I'm just gonna throw it up anyways. Here's the picture. It's this guy right over here.
Oh my god.
Just kidding. No. No, I actually
Oh my
did a picture.
God,
Welcome,
Brennan.
Welcome, Brennan.
Thank you for
here's-
having me. Love to see you.
Yeah, of course. Here's the picture.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's my
man.
cat.
The Deacons
Hold
of
on.
the Deep, dog.
Right, he kind of looks like what you might imagine a Toxmalb to look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Deacons of the Deep. Look at you, Ken.
Easiest boss in Dark Souls 3. Come on. You
Um,
implying that Toxmalb is an easy boss?
I don't think so. I mean, compared to maybe some of the bigger darker powers, he's
No,
you
I'm
know.
just messing with Marcel. I'm sure.
Oh no, I was
Toxmalb-
giving you Al. I was giving you you're muted.
You're muted.
What is going on?
She ran away as I was pointing the camera. Once she noticed that she was getting attention, she was like, meow. So
let me get this layout back. No, that's not what I want. Yeah, they're okay. They were good.
Wow, hold on. The whole crew is here. That's
Warming his
crazy.
hatred by the fire. Yeah, the whole crew is here.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Yep. He was on mute.
What page are we on, Max?
If you're using this copy, it's 596 and 97.
And in my copy, it was 916. So Toxmalb,
my boy.
He's known as his Dark Souls boss name is Blessed Lord Toxmalb, head lore keeper of Rand.
That's my boy.
Dark Souls boss name.
Yeah, he has a conversation with Dreadwar where he's like, "You think it was science that made you into what you are? For a shadow, you're rather ignorant. Had you known Darth Nemesis, Primordius, Dreadlord of the Dark Traverse, Treus, Soros, even Venomous, spiteful though he was, those were gods. To set events into motion, you were led by one of the powers, whom you deny and foolishly believe to be chance and coincidence, and granted access to rare lore, given gifts of power and wealth, all to lead you to the dark. What a waste! You may yet have some use, I'll grant you. But so do all in our shadow worlds. But compared to the wizards of War Tandel, you are but an ethereal filament scattered to the wind. And they all knew something you do not. True power comes from the ancient ones. It is their will that we obey. The vision ended with the dissolution of the Lich Kings, their bones turning to dust. And then Dreadwar asks, he's like, well, if you're so powerful, why aren't you ruling the galaxy? They are not coming, for they do not exist. Here we have a comment here. Most Dreadwar scenes read like they're set up to a bad joke. A literal ghost walks into a Lich's lair. He says, I'm sure there's a perfectly rational scientific explanation for all of this. I love how when Silri was like driving him there, essentially, she was flying him there. He's like explaining all these things that they're running into, this weird phenomenon, and being like, oh yes, perfectly natural explanation for that.
That's my boy. That's my favorite character.
Did you guys see the reference to Lord Shadowspawn?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was a little confused by that. It says Lord Shadowspawn watched as the Stygian Sith rushed into doom time and again. Is this ascribing more importance to Chronal? Like, is it because isn't he Lord Shadowspawn?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a so this is going to come up in one of the codas. So we're probably going to have to expand on this next time.
Okay, I hate that you all read ahead. Just want to mention that.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyways,
Sorry.
you're not invited to my next stream. It's just going to be me.
Hey, well, I already read this.
Yeah. It's going to be me, Alex, and Ken and Brennan. I'm just kidding, Max.
Ahead of all of you.
Been here since the beginning.
But yes, this implies that Lord Shadowspawn is much more important than we initially thought.
Yes, I love that.
I gotta read that book.
That's sort of his whole deal, isn't it? Because if you think about it, he's from the newspaper strips in which he sucks.
Black
and then
Hole.
he shows up, and then he shows up in Shadowsman, it's just a continuously escalating.
And then we get his
threat.
whole philosophy, which we didn't have in those little newspaper strips, and that kind of his whole like thing that he talks about with the dark, which I've talked about this ad nauseum here, but that was a thing like just in that book, and it like never got addressed again. It was just like a unique thing that Stover like kind of brought to the table as like a unique point of view, and that has kind of like been consistently used throughout the eras that we've been reading throughout this, which is just crazy.
Doesn't Stover talk about the Dark in the Revenge of the Sith novelization as well?
Yes, but it's different, but it's also the same because he mentions the Dark in like this kind of like more thematic thing.
Yeah.
But in Mindor, it's like an actual like viewpoint, like as a separate entity from
like almost like a nihilistic viewpoint. I remember when Mindor quite well. And Dreadwar, he rails against this the true path, right? The way of the dark, because he says it's ultimate annihilation that you were speaking of, the oblivion of all utter nothingness. And if there's one thing Dreadwar doesn't want, it's that he doesn't want to die and face utter oblivion, right? And then I think he says death is the ultimate truth that not even the greatest Sith will allow himself to admit. Death reigns as king over all, but who has conquered death? And then I think Toxmalb says we have, right? And they have a conversation. It says that Dreadwar says that he came only to stir the Sith to rise up and to take their place as masters of the galaxy. And he tries to kill Lord Toxmal. It's like, how do you kill a lich, right? But says his robe. He says he materializes a black blade and slices him clean through. His robe and mitre drop to the ground and rose up again, reconstituting into his former hideous form. Toxmal squeezed his skeletal hand, making his blade burn itself to ash. Once more, the room turned pitch. Only this time, shapes with starry eyes surrounded Dreadwar. It is the darkness of death that we seek, not for ourselves, but for the false worlds and those who would preserve it. And it is the power we seize, not for the ruling over a galaxy dedicated to destruction, but for the work of the dark. I love it. And he also brings up, prior to this, he brings up Dreadwar's past, how he tells him he like murdered his associates, the few who believe themselves his friends, and never even grasped his real motive was jealousy. So we really get like a glimpse into Dreadwar's character here. Did this whole exchange resonate with anyone else? I thought it was really interesting.
No, I really liked it. It was nice to see this character who's put himself on such a high pedestal, like actually stop and be like, oh, maybe I am a dick, right? Like actually like reflect,
being humbled,
forced to reflect, but still.
Yeah. Toxmal tells him that the Stygian Sith, that being like sort of like the lesser Sith, the ones that we know about, essentially, the ones that are popularized in like Tales of the Jedi and onwards from, you know, there into the SWTOR era and then the Rule of Two. He says they now serve our purposes in other ways, and the immortal gods are not as the supreme maker. They will not forgive and they will not tolerate unbelievers. But like what? Okay, let's talk about this for a second. Their goal is utter annihilation of everything that the Supreme Maker created. But it's like, is there a step beyond that? Do they want to remake the universe in their own image?
Probably just a dark galaxy, just a
But
dark
wouldn't that
universe.
go against?
Why are any of these people like? Why do these Lich Kings think that they're going to survive that? It's like,
They could be being told that. And, you know,
Blinded
a lot of-
by
Dark side always clouds one's judgment.
I mean, look at
Blinded by
Dooku.
greed.
He
True.
should've known
Just
from
blinded
the
by-
very beginning that
blinded
he'd
by
be betrayed.
delusion.
the way I looked at it,
Dooku would be- Oh god, sorry.
I looked at it like how Thanos talks in Endgame. He says, "I'm gonna tear this universe down to the last atom and build it up in my image." That's how I always interpreted their goals to be.
Yeah.
same.
Essentially,
That's
I would
Marvel.
say, like,
Mention.
how the Supreme Maker made the universe with, you know, with light and music and you know, with peace in mind, and then darkness came after. So it's
When the Skandits came.
yeah. So it's like I feel like they would destroy these universes and create their own, but with the absence of light. You know.
Yeah.
So
Darkness and chance
It's
instead
really
of
hard to
light
get
music.
around.
Yeah.
So they
I
want to
should-
destroy Legends and Disney continuity. They want everything gone.
Yeah. All of it.
I should throw this up because it's a really interesting piece of art here that we didn't feature. I think this is essentially supposed to be like this Dread Citadel on Rand. Let me.
Don't read further. One sec.
I'm not going to, but I just wanted to showcase this. Look at that. Look at that beautiful art.
That is awesome.
Beautiful. Do we know? Was this one of Mr. Cold's?
This looks like a Chris Cold work to me.
Yeah. That's what I was.
He does the landscapes, right? Whereas Guillaume is more of like the character.
Yeah.
Paint. I mean, like Chris Cole did do the architects and stuff like that. But anyways, yeah. Are you still cooking, Max?
Yes.
Ruin it.
Okay.
Getting the ingredients together.
I'm good.
Because the next part we're going to talk about is the seals.
All right, I have to read this.
Okay.
Like, the
Go
whole
for
thing.
it.
Because this.
Okay, just go for it. Well, it's your time.
Hold on, my robe got stuck. Okay.
Luke be like,
What then do you see as your purpose in this age? Dreadwar asked. Is as it has always been, to open the door to the dark and let it flood all. How is this to be accomplished? There are 6 remaining seals that have yet proven impervious to breaking, and cleverly were they designed, preventing those in the forbidden regions from escaping. save through its shallowest pools during rare conjunctions of the stars, while allowing interlopers to enter should they be so foolish. So vast is our realm that 1,000 protectorates can exist before they are discovered, but in time we find them. Additionally, the hyperlanes are tangled like the entrails of a blood eater, and so the prophecy has said that they shall remain until all 7 seals are broken, or the last of the celestials have been destroyed, banished, or imprisoned. Dreadwar thought upon it. If all that you say is true, and if you can find all the seals, and if your celestials can be vanquished, this task does not seem likely. Not for mortals. It has taken millennia and the alteration of many stars, but we have at last identified them. They are the Mortis Monolith, Centerpoint Station, the Cosmic Turbine at Voltar, the Quintarid, the Ionane Ring, the Siratu Spheres, and the Hour Diamonds, each of which must be unlocked or destroyed to open the next. The first of these was numinously attached to 3 incarnate celestials hiding in an interior realm of Mornis. Astute as they thought they were, they had imprudently taken on physical form, allowing them to be diminished by various events, culminating in a ritual enacted by our lesser brethren, Lord Plagueis and Sidious. Upon their deaths, we shattered the Mortis seal, but also learned a valuable truth. We do not need to unlock or break the seals. Galactic War will do that just as well.
Oh,
there you go.
So cool.
I love our lesser brethren. Also, hello, Scott Johnson. Yes, indeed, full house tonight. Sorry, Alex.
No, you're good. I can't actually say what I wanted to say because of spoilers for Al. All I say,
Here, hold on.
I finished Fury. What?
I'm muted. I've muted you. Go.
Okay. So in Legacy of the Force Fury, they by the end of it blow up Centerpoint Station finally. So not only is this set up for Fate of the Jedi, where Abeloth will now be freed, but it also means that one of the seals for these dark things that we still haven't seen yet has now been broken. I'm done.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
Hold on.
7 Seal of Revelation.
This is what I wanted to say as well. It seems to me that it comes straight from that, with the imagery to that, and it's just epic.
Oh, and okay. Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious weakened the Mortis seal because they tipped the balance of the Force towards the dark side. And so they weakened the Mortis gods within and weakened the seal in doing so because they literally imposed their will on the Force and went, and it took them months of meditation to do it. And then as soon as the Mortis gods died in the Clone Wars, when Anakin and all them went there and everybody died, okay, so essentially the dark powers that be after the Mortis Monolith was free, they broke the seal, and that was the first one gone. And then is Al still muted? All right, Al's still muted.
Yeah.
So at the end of Fate of the Jedi, Luke sends out his quest knights to find Mortis, but they're not going to find it. It's not there because it's gone, because the dark powers went and deleted it out of existence, most likely. And then, so that's 6 seals left. And obviously at the time of this happening, Centerpoint hadn't been destroyed yet. And then Centerpoint gets destroyed, and then the dark powers are one more step ahead.
Yeah.
There's 5 left.
There are 5 seals left. And all right, so I looked up all of these other ones. I looked up the Cosmic Turbine. These are all mentioned mostly in the author's cut of Essential Guide to Warfare, and then in I believe the chronology. I don't know.
The Atlas too, I think, had some mentions to some of them. Yeah.
So these were all things that were already there.
So we just need stories where they get broken.
Yeah. So, Joe's basically set the table for further stories. We just need people to lay down more food for us.
I am.
Is Al still muted?
No, I just unmuted.
Okay, good.
Seeing Maxine react and Brennan just go was extraordinarily funny.
Yeah, that's gonna go on your cut, Al.
The muted version, sure.
So there's this interesting sort of prophecy of the immortal gods that's talked about. When the immortal gods sit on the 9 thrones of the 9 earth worlds, then shall we have galactic wars such as the universe has never seen. and the seven seals will break. You know that ding? Every time that ding happens, another seal breaks.
Oh no!
Wow.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Like, oh my god, this.
I know that we've probably talked about this several times. I know some of you have talked about this, but like the way that Plagueis and Palpatine, we thought these people were like the big bads of the saga, right? And then they're just like these inferior, like little boys.
Brethren. Yeah, lesser brethren.
They're just these little boys playing around in the sandbox when there's this like looming storm cloud behind it, and it's terrifying. The imagery with the words here is just terrifying. Like for what's coming, it's bleak. In these words,
you know how I interpret that? Like, I don't see it as like a diminishment of Palpatine and Plagueis, just because I do think that, like, you know, Toxmelb, for instance, who's saying stuff like that, like, he himself is just a slave to the immortal gods of the Sith. They're the ones who are in charge, right? This is really like they think they're like, you know, they're somehow superior because they know the truth, the way of the dark and stuff like that, but they're puppets just as much as Palpatine and Plagueis are. And so it's really just the immortal gods who are in charge of everything, and they're like, these are just chess pieces on the board for them. Just because the chess pieces are you know, in the back can see what the stupid ones in the front are doing doesn't mean that they're any less chess pieces, right, than the people who are moving them around the board. And so that's how I kind of interpreted that because I really don't I really don't want people to read that and say like it takes away from like Palpatine and Plagueis. It's like, well, no, like, they're all pawns of the dark side in a sense, and like immortal gods are like the dark side incarnate in a sense, right? So
it's just crazy. It's just crazy because like essentially like, and the thing was, it's like in Darth Plagueis, when like Darth Plagueis talks so much about working in concert with the dark side, and that the dark side has to will us to take dominion over the galaxy and everything, and we have to be like the dark side. We have to present ourselves to the dark side, and it has to accept us. You know, and essentially, it's like
it still hasn't accepted me. I've put in like 10 applications.
But like the dark side essentially did accept them, and it was for their own goals. Because the way they wretched the force towards the dark side was to break one of the seals. They didn't know that, of course, but the dark side did.
Absolutely. So good.
I like this next part.
Microcosm, macrocosm.
For sure. It has taken a long time, but it is nearly done. This is, I believe, Toxmelb is continuing. Many of the Earth worlds have fallen. The Cold One roams in secret, orchestrating events by means of his pets. I believe that's a reference to the Windigon, right? The End Lords gather knowledge and power, and the Shadow Count, Stygian Sith, and fallen Jedi who have taken up their mantle. You played some part in these matters, but it is ultimately they who manipulated the greater and lesser schisms, the corruption of intergalactic politics, the reformation of the Dark Worlds under Atha Prime. They taught the lost secrets of the Star Forges through Raspir. They made vassals of the dread host of Oricon, the oligarchy of Thule, and the purebloods of Tund near Ocean, where the Ancient Ones gave a taste of what was to come. Few know of us, fewer still know of those who call us from the depths, of the rotting sickness who spreads silently through the cracks of the cosmos, of the burning black stars who herald the eldritch powers. Soon, our united forces will encircle a galaxy whose leaders are secretly aligned with us. Soon, the Nine will take their thrones, and the great chaos serpents shall go forth in fire and blood. Soon, we shall ride forth to dominion and destruction, and the kingdom of shadow will reign for all time. So I love that. That's just amazingly written, first of all, but I love this, the juxtaposition where you have the kingdom of dreams and the kingdom of shadow. Right next to each other. These two chapters work so well together.
Dream to nightmare.
Dream to nightmare. Really, really. And then this took like a weird ass turn for me. Dreadwar gets basically sent, like he's like, Toxmelb's gonna like, I'm gonna send you on an errand or whatever. And he sends him to the Yevitha. They come back. Somehow the Yevitha returned. But like not even returned. It's like this is like before the events of the Black Fleet crisis.
So
I did not see any of that coming. I didn't want to talk about it. You guys can talk about it. It's just, I liked it, but I just did not see it coming.
Oh, it was really cool. I really like Black Fleet Crisis. I think it's a lot of fun. Minus the
while you talk about this, I will be right back.
Okay.
Fair enough.
She needs more goldfish.
Yes.
I need to
coffee,
ask.
but I haven't left yet.
I need to ask either Brennan or Alex if either of you remember Black Fleet Crisis well enough to tell me. I feel like the timeline is weird. So we don't know when he wakes up. So that's sort of the problem here. Is it's after Endor, but we don't know how far after Endor. I feel like there are events here, and it's very some don't smell right.
Oh, it's like one of Scott's. Like whenever I think of the Black Fleet Crisis, I think of Scott for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, Scott stands up. My time has come. I've been preparing for this.
He is a BFC.
Ah, yes, excellent, most excellent. So when did Nil Spar and the rest of the Yevitha lead their assault on the shipyard? That is the key.
I think it says in the text here. It says 15 years later, the signal came and the Yevitha were ready.
Yeah,
I guess okay.
So it is. I thought it was right after Endor. I thought it was like months, not even months after. I thought it was like days after. So that is the key question. Okay, so that is what I couldn't remember.
Shortly after Endor.
Shortly after. Okay, that's.
So they steal a super Star Destroyer, and like F off to N'Zoth, right?
Yeah.
So this is the problem.
Yeah.
So this is the problem. So let me go back here and make sure. Was he in charge? Was he already with Nil Spar when he says they take control of the Super Star Destroyer?
Okay, so essentially what happens is Dreadwar gets Lord Toxmelb finally found a suitable use for Dreadwar and sent him to an ally from long ago. Anxious to rule again, he permitted his spirit to be placed into a spent holocron. He was sent as a gift to the Durama of the Yevitha N'Zoth. So it was before. So Dreadwar was given before they rose up.
Okay, so this is where the timeline gets wonky, because now, if he is awakened after Endor, but it says at one point he spends several years learning in the libraries, but he's also there before. We are talking about Black Fleet Crisis, but he is also there before Nil Spar, and they lead. Wait
a second. When did Silri? Why do you think it's post Endor? Because the Tiber's on?
Because he said, doesn't it say at the very beginning? It says this after Endor, after the death of Palpatine and Vader.
Yes.
Oh,
I'd say that.
Because Silri had told Dreadwar about them.
Yep,
that's right.
So
Nil Spar wasn't Viceroy until the takeover. Yeah, that's right, and that's mentioned here. That he was the one who killed Officer Gian Perret, the Imperial in charge of the garrison at N'Zoth.
I'm a little bit confused. If somebody could, it's been too long since I've read Black Fleet Crisis, in that it's been more than a day since I've read it. I think
you're right. I think that, I don't know, maybe one of the editors can weigh in and help us out, but like I think that's a continuity issue.
Because I'm trying to line. If it didn't say it took him years, I would probably say that's probably close enough.
Well, let's read the text. The Yevitha knew that they're okay. Blah 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 blah. I'm not saying blah blah blah. It's beautiful speech, but anyways,
it's not what we're looking for.
It says Dreadwar was as oblivious as Perret and failed to note how his counsel had grown tiresome to the Durama. Well, actually, I think I'm skipping ahead there, but it seems to me that the text implies that Nil Spar already has access to Dreadwar through this holocron at that time.
So I think the problem is, I think this is assuming that Black Fleet Crisis happens, like they steal the ships and then Black Fleet Crisis happens immediatly after.
I think that's it's in the New Essential Chronology too, though. That says
could also
happens.
That could be the case. I'm just trying to, because I needed. This is why I needed Brennan or Alex or somebody who's like on top.
I've not read Black Fleet since 2020, which is far too long for me. I know Alex has read it a little more recently.
A little bit more. It's
Alex,
been
you got
a bit,
anything?
though. I'm
You do,
sorry.
okay. See, this
I'm really trying to think of like how it exactly would go, but
I wanted to read. I didn't have time, unfortunately, today to go back and reread the relevant part of Black Fleet Crisis.
I actually I might have a copy of the new Central Chronology.
To Scott Johnson's question in the chat, I'm trying to figure out the timeline here because it says that Dreadwar, focusing on Dreadwar, he was awakened after Endor. We're not told when, but after Endor. At least I don't think we're told when. And then he spends some amount of time. It says years after several years. If I can find it here.
15 years later, the signal came, and the Yevitha were ready.
Before that. Wow. When he is with the Lore Keeper.
Ere the passage of many leprous moons, Lord Toxmob finally found a suitable use for Dreadwar and sent him to an ally from long ago. Doesn't really say how long.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the part. Oh, where is it?
It's the passage of several moons too.
I'm looking.
Does that mean months? Does that mean?
Where is it? Hold on. Okay, all right. Dreadwar endured. So this is where he was in the archives. Jealous and deeply cruel, many disregarded Moktar attempted to sabotage him, but their ways of black spirits of pure hatred. Dreadwar endured it for years as he stalked the maddening halls, learning what he could of the world he now inhabited, and occasionally challenging the various sorcerers. That was the thing that's got. So he is in the library for years, and then he is given the assignment to go to N'Zoth before they lead the attack on the shipyards, which is months after Endor. So that's my problem, is there's a discrepancy, and I'm not sure.
Could we say that time works differently within the Academy?
It could be that. It could be like we're in a pocket dimension or whatever.
A shadowy realm.
I would accept that. I would accept that I'm also misreading I'm misreading the timeline here.
Yeah, I'm looking through the new Central Chronology right now, but I don't see anything.
I think that it. I think there was just a mistake with they thinking Black.
Oh wait, here we go. One of the this is, I'll tell you when it comes. It's 4.5 to 5 ABY under Isart's Ascension. This is page 133 to 134 of the new Essential Chronology. One of the Imperial armadas that received the order was the Black Sword Command in the Kornok Cluster, a little-known patch of territory at the fringes of the Deep Core. As the Black Fleet prepared to evacuate the central shipbuilding planet of N'Zoth, the shipyard's Yevithan dock workers erupted in a shocking uprising led by underground commando Nil Spar. The Yevitha murdered thousands of Imperials, captured hundreds more, and seized every Star Destroyer in the Black Fleet armada, including the Super Star Destroyer Intimidator. The Yevitha covered up the incident. The New Republic never heard a word about it, and Izard, operating on inaccurate intelligence data, believed the Black Fleet had perished in a debacle at Calceti, several sectors over. The Kornok Cluster would have remained a closed border curiosity until the frantic events of the Black Fleet crisis 12 years in the future. So that it happens basically within months of Endor.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So, Scott, sorry, I missed some comments here. No Spar. Okay, we already saw that one. Not clear on Al's question, but I think Al explained it. Sounds like a continuity issue. Yes. How did the Bene Gesserit figure into this? Well,
that's my question.
It's 8 months after Endor. There you go. So that's an even more accurate timeline.
The Bene Gesserit comment. That's my boyfriend.
But I guess it still works technically if it's 8 months after Endor, because he would have learned about Vader and stuff from Silri. Then he could have been sent within those months to Nil Spar.
So to kind of work into this, so he would learn about Palpatine and all that, and then he would go and he'd meet immediately. So we're talking, let's say a month after Endor, and then they go into this pocket dimension reality over there, and that slows time, or that speeds time significantly. So for him was 10, 20, 30 years was in real space, in real time, 3 months, 4 months.
It's a hyperbolic time chamber. It's like when Goku trains for a year in the time chamber, but it's only like 2 days or whatever. He's like, Krillin, my power level's through the roof now.
All I want to do is see you turn into a Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan. That's a Dragon Ball Z abridged on YouTube.
I love it. So this is interesting. So eventually Nilspar gets tired of Dreadwar, as many do.
That's for sure.
It says that he had grown tiresome to the Dorama. And sorry, let's talk about Dorama, a word that meant chosen one. As they called the true Sith, the Yevata's ancient Dorama, a word that meant chosen one. Anyways, sorry. So he grew tired of Dreadwar, and he had concluded that the evil spirit had served his purpose. So while the Dark Lord anticipated his resurrection in a new body that Spar had hinted of, the Viceroy instead sent his disembodied consciousness into the massive infused orb, where at last Dreadwar was silenced. And in the darkness of the 9 hells in which his black spirit sojourns, he is torn apart by the very horrors he denies.
Ooh.
Such is the legacy of Darth Dreadwar. So he's gone now. He's done. He's goodbye, Darth Dreadwar. Exit stage left. But he's being torn apart in eternal torment, being like, you don't exist. You're just a figment of my tormented imagination.
Yeah. That's why he's my favorite character. I love him.
So he's a materialist right to the very end and beyond.
Even though he's a ghost.
So are all the Sith and their followers doomed, trapped by their own malice and blindness, unwilling to comprehend that their actions derive from weakness and not from strength, from theft, mendacity, and corruption. This does not mean their threat should be dismissed, though many allies of the old enemy are no more in the vast and deep unknown regions, many yet reign undiscovered, as their great and terrible empires swell within the shadow, gathering ever more followers by the murmuring and unholy sepulchres of evil, ancient gods who nightly gain vitality. There's so many stories that could be set in these evil, dark kingdoms. Yes, Maxine.
May I read the last chapter? Or not the last chapter, the last paragraph by it that starts with "and so." But obviously we'll continue with what
sure
there. But I just wanted to
go for it.
Okay. And so the Jedi must be wise, and the government's vigilant, putting aside greed and pride to act in concert against the true Sith. It is not beyond hope, for the Sith prophecies fail to tell the whole truth. When the Baliag and the Leviathan lock horns, and the Ancient Ones break free to lead their followers to the swallowing of stars, they will meet their end, for then the Swoop Hawk will soar, and the light eternal will shine upon Sky River greater than ever before, and the prophecy of restoration and the chosen one will be brought to its final fulfillment.
End chapter 83. We have one more chapter in an epilogue.
Oh,
yeah. We still got a little while to go. Yeah.
Crazy.
But it's more linear story for the last little bit, so it should be a little easier.
When we get to the next chapter, may I point something out that I think is interesting?
We are at the next chapter.
Okay, we're there.
Chapter 84.
Yeah.
Chapter 84 is called The Verdict, and the first subchapter heading is The Testimony of Leia Organa Solo.
Yeah.
In the first sentence, I know that Marcel in one of the group chats earlier said it was like waking up from a dream.
Yeah.
Right? What year is it? Completely feels like that. It's just like, oh, we're back here. Okay, but it doesn't miss a beat. It goes right back and falls right back into just how it was at the beginning.
Like we never stopped reading about that. For
exactly. You could have gone from like what? I don't remember what chapter.
You could read the beginning of the book and just
and then just go right to here. Exactly. But Raina Salov, who is the one who's narrated all of this, I imagine her voice is tired because supposedly she's been reading the entirety of the book aloud in the
oh my god
which we learn from early on as she's like narrating portions, but then she just continues narrating all of these writings. The pronunciation that this poor woman has had to do in the middle of this floor for so long, I imagine she needed a lot of blue milk to ease her throat through it.
Oh god.
But
she had one of those aliens sitting right beside her. I'll stop.
Maybe. But in the first sentence, she says, I believe we've come to the point where we may stop. That to me suggests that there's more.
There's more.
There's more writing, right?
Supernatural encounters 2. Let's go.
What else was there that like isn't necessary? Was it just like filler the rest of the way, or like, well, why is that the point to stop? Like, how many more pages had Arhul written? I just found that kind of fascinating.
Hey, why don't you keep reading her dialogue, Brennan?
What do you want me to read?
Well, you read her first line, Reina Solov. Why don't you keep going?
Okay, she says, it does no favor to Hextrophon to read any further into the extravagant last section, labeled the epilogue, so we know that the epilogue exists, but I think that there could be more in between it, which I understand Q9 purports to have been composed after his death. It won't come as a surprise to any of you when I say that I remain skeptical of the veracity of what is essentially a creation myth. I am convinced he had some insight into the past and other areas of intrigue that are well worth investigation. But as to much of it, I suspect they were fueled by delusions and waking dreams, the evidence for which I think is obvious. While I'll abide by the Council's decision, I'm not sure what those of you who support publication hope to accomplish, save to destroy a man's reputation and cast aspersions on his important prior work. And yes, I am thinking of the Council as well, as what Hextrophon would have really wanted. So she's kind of a turncoat a little bit. You think that
made a rude noise.
You think that like she at the beginning,
another seal broke. Sorry.
Oh
no.
Oh no.
At the beginning, though, as the text began, there's like proponents. There's people against Arhul's work, and there's people for it. There's people who are very clearly against. But she's one who's like seemingly in the for camp at the beginning. She doesn't say anything ill about it, but now she's kind of like casting doubt on it. So I found that to be kind of unexpected, that the narrator who's reading it themselves doesn't really believe it. I just thought that was a little bit of an interesting wrench in from what I was expecting.
And then they have a bit of a debate afterwards, and they say like, oh, maybe we could like, edit out some parts and stuff. And then Baobab's like, in other words, you'd castrate it and cut its heart out. And then
that's the guy from Droids, right?
Yeah, Mungo Baobab. Yeah. And then one of the other scholars, I know we know you do. One of the other scholars says that, some of it, like the Yuzon Vong creation myth stuff, that kind of makes sense to me. Maybe we should study it a bit more and stuff. And I say it's a good compromise. And then D. Saviest, he kind of comes in. He says, it is no such thing. And how exactly would we do that, I might ask? The very core of Hextrophon's fable eschews everything that has been cosmologically and biologically accepted as to the origin of species in this universe, not to mention the dates we've come to rely upon, which by implication he tosses aside like so much chaff. Or does this body now think that black holes were caused by the escape of ancient monsters from other space? Frankly, Janzikek, I'm surprised at your sudden magnanimity. And no, Hool, I'm not trying to protect dogma, but years of evidence and equations that have stood up to rigorous scrutiny. On these grounds alone, I can't see why we don't all do us a favor and delete this nonsense altogether. I was like, wow, did Joe write this, or did like someone reading like about supernatural encounters, because they never read it, write this? Because it sounds like something that you'd read on like some Reddit forum.
Yeah. That's an Amazon review right there. They just copied it in
already.
That's every Redditor fused into one for a moment. That is the mega snoot.
I'm surprised there wasn't a Milady in there then.
I can't even fathom how Joe presciently predicted what some of the response, because like this is the response to the book in universe, but it's also the response to the book for some people out of universe.
Yeah,
it's, and I said it like early on. It's like such a metatextual.
It's honestly
approach
kind of
to this
poetic.
work. Yeah,
and as he said multiple times, it wasn't intended. But I kind of have to appreciate it. It just makes it feel more like, I don't know. It makes it feel more credible, have more weight to it. That like there's this big debate in universe and out. It's just wild.
Supernatural Encounters isn't a book. It's an experience. It's like
yeah, that's for sure.
It's quite crazy how that happened. I mean, we talked to Joe about it when we were at Legends Con. He's like, I literally it just kind of happened that way. It was not. That was not. I didn't know.
You guys remember the never-ending story, right? Bastion's like reading his book and shit, and then stuff starts happening to him, right? And like he starts like, you know, smelling the Fantasia and like feeling it and hearing it, and like his senses are like completely immersed, and the lines between reality and fiction start to blur and stuff like that. And it's almost like with this book where we're reading it, but we're having these debates outside of the book as well. So it's like, I feel like I'm both
story.
reading this book and living. I'm living through this book. I am now in the historical council, living through this book.
Yeah, it feels like we've been on the debate floors at times, right?
Yeah.
The line between reality and like fiction, it just kind of blurs because of this, you know.
It's now become an interactive, immersive experience.
Yeah, the supernatural encounters 4D.
VR.
Can I? May I opt out of the debate section? I think I've done enough of that. Thank you.
Well, I certainly don't engage in it anymore. I say like read it or don't. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? But I just can't fathom how people get so angry about this book for like no reason. For no reason. It's just like because it's like it offends their sensibilities of this creation myth that exists out there, and it's like. And like almost in the same way that like D. Saviest gets so upset about it. He's like, we got to delete this.
Yeah, I know several Janzikeks and D. Saviests, you know?
Well, Janzikek, though, he's almost like a moderate compared to this person.
Yeah, he's starting to come around to it in the later sections.
Can we have a freaking Maxine later on read the Tyone sections?
Actually, just read it right now, because this one paragraph, because I think what she says is very very eloquent at the end there, and like very impactful. Yeah.
In my long years as both a Jedi and a scientist, Tion Solisar said, I've come to see that when we limit ourselves to what is currently thought to be true, we throw away the possibility of discovery and change. What I think many of you are overlooking is the fact that Hextrophon's manuscript presents deeper truths than merely the historical, which is but an underpinning to explorations of ethics, morality, and community.
And I feel like that's what people are. Yeah, go. You can do the next thing, but I feel like that's what people are missing out on this when they're by not reading this book. They're missing out on these broader discussions of, as Joe said, who we are, or rather, where we're from, who we are, and where we're going.
Yeah, really, like true. Like, I mean, look, we're not reading anything about we're not reading philosophy books or anything. We're not going to college right now, but we've had discussions about philosophy. We've had discussions about ethics,
morality. Yeah.
Morale in a Star Wars book.
Life and death, right?
The meaning of life.
The meaning of evil.
Pacifism, is pacifism good or bad? Al thinks not. I'm just kidding.
We've had discussions about
can light exist without darkness, and can darkness exist without light?
Fate. We've had discussions about oh my god, the gamut. So
don't forget Scandits.
The recurring symbolism of the hero figure. Yeah. How many Scandits there can be in the universe before Marcel says enough? This joke has gone too far.
Never.
Vibing, the whole process.
It's like my daughter keeps asking me, she's like, what's after infinity? And I was like,
well,
Scanditry.
Scanditry.
I was like, learn how to read and read the epilogue. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. It's the interesting thing though with me is just that there's this phenomenon. It's not like a huge thing, but there's quite a following for like Hand of Thrawn 45's work, which is like objectively not canon to the Star Wars expanded universe. But so many people have accepted it into their heart just because they feel like it's told a good story. Whether or not it has or not, I don't know. I haven't read the stuff after Crucible yet. I'll see how I feel about that. But regardless of people's opinions on this book, why not actually like read it and experience it, and then see how you feel, because there's so much
because it's too much work, Alex.
I know, but there's so much here that is beautiful.
I was being tongue in cheek.
I know you were.
I honestly think that people should just even read some sections of it, like just read like a chapter that appeals to you.
Yeah,
if some of the stuff with the ancient galaxy is too dense, read some of the stuff that's easier to understand. Read stuff that's in eras you're familiar with. Stuff around Dawn of the Jedi, Tales of the Jedi.
I don't mean to call him out, but I was talking to Scott about it the other day. He's like, I'm sort of like picking and choosing the parts that I want to read right now. And I was like, I think that's a perfectly fine approach to this book. I don't think you need to like read it straight through. I think you might have a different experience if you read it straight through, but go to the things that interest you.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
I had originally done that like beforehand, like before I even got a physical copy. I was just like, I was looking for the Abeloth stuff.
Yeah.
And now I've read the entire thing, but
this is a source book as much as it's a narrative in many
Yeah.
ways, right? So
Like even then, like the book can still surprise you, like it surprised me.
Yeah, and okay, so Alex brought up the Hand of Thrones stuff, and it's like recently,
there you go.
as of yesterday,
proof positive.
I would just read all the interludes if you want to see what like Joe can do without all the like the new lore that you learn from this. You just want, like,
beautiful.
Yeah, if you wanted to see, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Maxine. That's my bad. ADHD. I'm just saying.
I totally agree with Alex, though. I totally agree with him.
Yeah, because it's just, you know, if you don't want to get bogged down by all that stuff and you want to just like get something more palatable before you dive deep into that, the interludes, they're beautiful, and that's all you need to start to like see if this is the type of book you want to check out in full. Read those sections. So I'll let you go.
Regarding like the Hand of Thrones stuff that you brought up. Those books like Legacy's Edge is a whole lot of fun, and I love those characters. But there's things in this book that made me essentially cut those out of my headcanon.
Yeah,
and we'll talk about that more next week. But
fantasy.
So it's like. But I mean, those books are still worth reading, and even if you don't consider it like your canon, they're still like they're great.
And it's still a story. If it didn't, maybe happen in the Star Wars timeline, there's Joe leaves lots of room for infinity stories out there in the whirlpool of alternate cosmos.
Yeah,
and something I've brought up a lot, and I intend to bring up if I can ever get through the list of things I desperately need to finish, so maybe 4 years from now, I'd like to point out that this is also an in-universe document. Most of this is an in-universe account that you can take and ignore if you so choose. Now,
actually, I'm going to rant about that at the end because people are like, "Oh no, you can't ignore it because there's a thing at the end."
I get so annoyed.
And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Darth Dreadwar's in hell right now, is still ignoring the fact that there are deities out there. You could ignore anything you want."
It's awesome. We love.
I don't want to get too much into real life stuff, but I've watched a lot of debates with like real life stuff about religion and all that. And I've heard a lot of people, different atheist talkers and stuff, like Richard Dawkins, for example. He's a famous one. Another guy named Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty goes with the approach of, if God was real, he would know what he needs to convince me. But all the stuff that you've told me, that's not enough to convince me. Therefore, he's not real. And then Richard Dawkins is like, well, what if somebody asked him, what if you saw a light in the sky or a note in the sky that said, "I am God, I am real, believe in me, Richard Dawkins."
Project Bluebeam.
He said he would sooner believe. He said he would sooner believe that it was aliens messing with his mind than believe it was God himself trying to open his brain to the possibility. So at the end of the day, no matter what evidence is provided, you could have God appear in front of you, and you would sooner think you were insane or think that it was aliens than believe it was God. Because if you don't want it to be true, anything can make it be not true. So we'll get to the end of this book. But no matter what, like it literally says in the text that some people are like, "Oh, that was some cool like trick that they pulled," but that's not real.
We're going to talk about that.
Yeah, so we'll get to that. But,
can someone read the next paragraph?
I wanted to.
Oh yeah, okay, go for it.
Or is this the one after Tyone, right?
Yep.
Okay. Did I say her name wrong? I hope not.
I say Tyone. But
I say Tione.
I've heard Tione. Yeah. I've heard Tyone.
Matt Wilkins.
Tione.
Tione.
Oppo racist.
Oppo racist.
Snagger Shadow.
Oh my god.
Oh, boy.
Oppo racist.
Oppo
That's the greatest thing ever.
I agree with the Jedi Master on this. Jedi historian Vesti Gestol concurred. And I've never understood this obdurate defense of the prevailing understanding. Nearly all of our facts are based on observations and interpretations, be it by organics or droids. It's the best system we have, but hardly perfect or always right.
and I don't understand this. I mean, like this obdurate defense of new ideas as it relates to this book, like regardless of its canonicity, I'm not going to get into that discussion, but like, it's just like people reject the ideas because it goes against the established canon. It's like, well, like so much of the expanded universe was retconning, like the latter half of it was retconning the former half of it. And even then, like there were so many periods of retcons introduced throughout. So I just think like over time, our understanding expands, and then really like there's nothing fundamentally wrong with that.
Absolutely.
Right. Because that's happening in our world, and it's happened over time. Like,
absolutely.
Like when new archaeological finds are made that completely shift the paradigm or the framework that we, with which we thought we understood something. I mean, this happens like all the time in the real world. Mm-hmm. Why can't it happen with fiction, which is essentially made up by humans, right? So it's such a weird criticism.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's like, I don't know, people like they're so protective over it,
There's a difference between I don't like it and it's wrong. Yeah. And like the way that people kind of like champion it's like it's wrong on some moral level, which is different than I don't like it, right?
Yeah. Like I've seen people deny things that are not just like verifiably true, but like observable. Yeah. In the past, like however many years. So like I'm like
flat earthers.
Exactly. Flat. Like you can literally take a plane, or like just observable reality, and they're like, nah, I don't believe that. What do you mean?
Moon landing's fake.
Right. What do you mean? Yeah.
How did the flag move on the moon? There's no wind on the moon.
Exactly.
So then Leia decides to give her testimony.
Love this.
She says, I'm not a member of the council, but I had trouble accepting some of the things that I heard, right? She says, but who of us would have believed a day before the events of Belkadan that Ithor and Kalarba and Cernpadal would be no more? That Coruscant would be transformed into an overgrown jungle. The Yuuzhan Vong showed us that monsters exist, but we should have known that already. Palpatine and far too many others should have convinced us of that at least. Yet if the forces of darkness are real, then perhaps those of the light are as well. Hextrophon's recordings of ancient history have been substantiated by several sources, including the Watcher and Mistress Memnos, has sent in a report stating that she confirms his conclusions, as does Q9. 3 obviously damaged cognitive models. Janzikek
always
retorted.
coping. Always
yeah,
coping.
I love it. But the thing that she brings up is interesting about the Coruscant being transformed into an overgrown jungle by the Yuuzhan Vong, because I remember back in the day when Star by Star came out, and I was on those Jedi Council forums in the Force.net, people were freaking out about what happened to Coruscant, saying that it like ruined the expanded universe and stuff like that, and that it went too far. And I'm just like thinking to myself, like, I see similar backlash today about this, like how like a new idea, it's like, but like that's all she's talking about something that happened in universe, but it has like an out of universe application.
Yep.
It's like, who would have thought that this could have happened, but it did. So, and that's not even the craziest thing.
Yeah.
So
good to see you, man. Thanks for joining.
Around here.
Bye.
So there's a concept that was sort of developed in the Transformer fandom that has spread outwards, and a lot of people accept it now. Ruined forever. This idea that the newest thing, this ruined the entire experience previous. With Transformers, it was in Beast Wars having animals instead of trucks and guns and tanks and whatever.
I love Beast Wars.
I love Beast Wars is my favorite show.
Me
of
too.
The Transformer show.
Of the Transformer, awesome. Yeah. Sorry, not ever. Not even like top 50, but I love it.
No, but of the Transformer show, well, maybe animated. Either way, one of those two. I love them a lot. They're perfect. They're perfect reinventions of Transformers. But at the time, they're like, this ruined Transformers forever. How many times has Star Wars been ruined forever?
Oh my
god! The prequels, right? The prequels.
The prequels.
Ruined Star Wars.
NJO, Dark Empire.
There's like an article out there of a review that someone wrote of Empire Strikes Back where they said that it ruined Star Wars.
Yeah. And then they said that about the Ewoks too.
You introduced me to Yoda.
Return of the Jedi with Luke and Leia being siblings. A lot of people say that was the first place that was ruined by Star Wars. If even the original trilogy ruined Star Wars, like Come on. What are you guys talking
ruined
about?
forever.
But you know what legitimately did ruin Star Wars is the Clone Wars by Filoni. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Okay, no, that's true. That is true.
Oh yeah,
I do unironically.
I'm kidding. I liked parts of it. I'm kidding.
Marcel likes it because he can use the clone Ventress, clone Dathomir. Theory.
Oh, you missed that part. We talked about.
Yeah,
were you
talk
here?
about
For,
that.
yeah, we talked about 2 Dathomires already.
Okay.
Okay, but how about 4?
But like, you know, how many
I went to
times-
4, but then Grey Holmes said I was out of control, so I went back down to 2.
There has to be at least 7.
Seven.
There has to be
There must
one
There must be
one Dathomir for every Scandit.
Oh my god.
How about
Unlimited
10 Dathmirs for every Paw Patrol puppy?
How many are there?
And
on the team?
Xenomorph. How about that, Hal?
But like you know, and I'm, to be fair, I'm very much guilty of this. Like with like The Last Jedi, I'm also a very hyperbolic person. It's like this is the worst thing ever. But to be fair, none of it's actually ruined Star Wars. I can still enjoy things after The Last Jedi. I can still enjoy Transformer shows, even though I like Beast Wars anyway. Whatever. The ruined forever trope, like this, people will say this about anything. People say this at the drop of it. They said about NJO. They said about Legacy of the Force. They said
Dark
about
Empire.
Fate of the Jedi. I'm sure. They said about TCW and Rebels and all these things. And a lot of these people are still buying Yoda hats. So
Yeah. They still say it today, like, "Oh, Kathleen Kennedy ruined Star Wars," and or so and so ruined Star Wars, or this show ruined Star Wars. So it's just a continual trope that's always just going to be there,
Here,
just
Scott
like
says
that.
the only part I like in TCW is the part where Jar Jar dances, sets the table for the Trade
That
Federation.
is
meeting.
that scene's
That's
a
one of the more
banger. I
decent
don't even
Was
care.
that the
Actually,
first
one of the more
Lux
decent
Monteri
episode.
episode?
That's
This one where
the
Bale and
that's the
Yeah.
episode where they're
That
trying
part's
to
hilarious.
distract-
It's got the guy named Ima Gundai in it.
Yeah,
Ima
Ima
Gundai.
Gundai.
You know what?
Yeah.
Honestly, like I think Jar Jar is hilarious in
Okay.
literally everything. But
you know, the
definitely
only character from Star Wars my grandmother liked, the only character, Jar Jar Binks.
Based.
So yeah, sounds like your grandma's based.
I remember the first time I ever went on any live stream, I was one of Alex's, and I said I like Jar Jar Binks. It was like one of the first things I declared, and you're like based opinion detected or something like that.
That's when you knew you were among friends.
Yeah, I was like, oh, finally, I'm not ridiculed for my love of Jar Jar Binks. So Leia continues on with her testimony, and she basically says, like, I can even personally verify some of the things that Hextrophon talked
Yes.
about, right? She says, I died as a result of my encounter with Telotny, and those that you call the Bedlam spirits, well, I saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. Impossible, you say, perhaps, but nevertheless true. So if anyone wishes to mock or scorn the council, they can first speak to me. But there are many who will not be so quick to dismiss the seemingly impossible.
And then right after this, you get, well, I believe that you believe that.
Here, wait, I'll scroll down to that. I think I actually have it here.
So
yeah, there you go.
I wish
Your
they
exploits.
said like what their explanation was.
Yeah.
For that, like for real.
Yeah. She also mentions like she encountered Woodsec, right? Sorry. Anyways,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yes,
continue.
Yeah, she did.
She said, I would likely be dead if not for my encounter with the entity known as Wootsek, who imparted to our dear departed friend Chewbacca a glimpse into the earliest days before he was called away to the task of bringing forth new offspring. And yes, I died as a result of my encounter with Telania.
Yeah.
I feel like she should bring up the whole dying thing a lot more. I feel like that should be,
They
like how
wanted
Superman
died,
brings
like,
up every time
just
Doomsday.
let's-
Oh my god!
Response
Doomsday.
though, rebuttal.
Did
Yeah.
it
Your
make anyone?
exploits-
Go for it, Alex.
Yeah, sorry. I just your exploits, Gulick rebutted, and the oddities you encountered only corroborate names and the existence of unknown entities, such as the Bedlam spirits. These experiences are anecdotal and subjective and don't furnish proof. As you are no doubt aware, you believe you died and were brought back by this splendid app, and I believe that you believe it, but that doesn't make it so. Hextrophon, in his state of mind, could have appropriated your encounters to fashion his creation myth.
Stars and galaxies, Gulak!
Exclaimed Ghoul.
You speak as if anything that hasn't gone under your tiny microscope is invalid.
That was perfect.
That was a good one, Marcel.
Are you Boss Nass?
I was trying to get like he was like so puffed up and angry about this. He's like, you dumb gulak.
Yeah, Hul's old and he's not taking any crap anymore. You know, he's since the beginning he's just been like spitting mad about everything.
Thanks for joining. So Ed says a potential solution to the continuity issue from earlier is that we are told times move differently in the now retreat. Years might have passed for Dreadwar, while months passed in known space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm content with that explanation. I just wanted one. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
think
just
that
confused
perfectly
on the
makes sense.
timeline.
Because that's kind of us writing a fix more than it explicitly telling us that.
Yeah. At this point in the narrative, we're introduced to a character, Jacob Corin.
Yes.
And who turns out to be who, Brennan? His like childlike, his like gleeful laughter.
He's the son of well, wait, I have the comic over there, the original comic with his appearance on the front cover, Marvel issue number 8, Don Juan Quixote, who's the old man who thinks he's a Jedi. I have the cover, the original cover. Do you want me to grab that, Marcel?
As a zymologist, I would like you to get that.
Okay, I'll grab that.
Awesome.
He inspired me to make
I can see it with my own eyes.
He inspired me to make a D&D character, like a fake paladin. So I'm still waiting to try. Oh, one of these days. Anyway, sorry.
Here, I'm going to throw up a picture of Don Juan Quixote, whom I love, and I actually wanted to write a short story about one day.
Base.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Dope.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite issue of the Marvel comics.
Just talking about how he got the lightsaber and stuff like that. And now I actually have I can incorporate the supernatural encounters thing, the Don Quixote parody. Yes,
it's awesome.
So Jacob Corin is his son,
and
he gives us a bit of background. He says that Master Bojacan of Organon's manuscripts that made my father digress. You see, the Corins are descendants of Organon. And so when these manuscripts were destroyed by the Empire, that's when like Quixote snapped, essentially, and became Don
Makes
Juan
sense.
Quixote.
Makes great sense. This was a really kind of shocking reveal to me, to be honest, that they're like descended from actual people of importance. Because you think he's
Jedi.
Yeah, you think he's a rambling lunatic in this comic. Han Solo says it himself. He's like, poor old geezer snapped or something like that. But he's actually a part of like a prominent line of Jedi. He's not just some rando in a pub who had too much destics, you know?
Yeah.
We're told that before he snapped, this is Don Juan Quixote. His son's telling us this. His father, or rather, Tem Ellis is telling us this. Your father headed the Antiquities Wing on Obroa Sky, before it was destroyed by the ISB, the Imperial Security Bureau. Okay. Cool. I hope everything's okay. So I think that's kind of cool that he was like basically like a curator, like he worked at a museum. And we're told that Bojacan was well known as one of the Lost 20, the former Jedi Masters who turned their backs on the Jedi Order. Wow. Bojacan's own father, Junpula, had been excommunicated from the Order, which some argued may have led to his son becoming a renunciate. So Bojacan is an ancestor of Don Juan Quixote. So he really did have Jedi in his family.
So Don Juan Quixote is sort of like the JLU version of Hawkman, where he was just a museum curator until he in this case, he just sort of became like a fake Jedi. But in Hawkman, he had a vision of his past lives where he was Hawkman or whatever. That's really cool.
But are we all agreed that Don Juan Quixote had no force sensitivity?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. That's the best part.
Because I think that's the best part of his character is that he still rises to the occasion.
He still is willing to become a hero even when he doesn't have the natural means. And that's just a testament to his character, to be honest. He's
I just
hero.
hate how he basically dies like later in like a hospital bed.
Was he one of the chosen?
He's already pretty old.
Yeah. Hello, Brady. Good to see you, man. Brady is going to be streaming tomorrow night talking about Tales of the Jedi. I hope to join him.
Yep, me too.
But, definitely tune in and throw him some comments and some likes and some subscribes and stuff. Yeah.
Was Don Juan Quixote a chosen one?
Probably not.
No,
I think he was just some guy.
You never know.
What I like that
Force works in mysterious ways.
Indeed.
Yeah,
It was just such a cool idea, and I wish there's actually a template for that in the West End Games books of a Quixotic Jedi, or Quixotic Jedi.
Quixotic. Yeah. Quixotic. The X comes back into play when we talk about. I hope. Maybe I'm going to learn something new.
Anyway.
Hey, thanks for joining, man.
Great seeing you, Fire. See you on
So the
Saturday.
Jedi stream. Yeah, there you go. You should get Scott involved too.
Throw him an invite, Brady.
Yeah, I told Scott that he has an open invitation to join us here, but I feel like he's like, you guys have gotten way too far ahead of me. So, thank you. Yeah, for sure. So there's a bit more backstory on Bojacan. Basically, how he wrote counter histories of the Rusan Reformation. And his critiques. Go for it.
Contributions to Zymology as well.
Yeah,
great stuff. And always love seeing Master Nostoral's name dropped right there, even if his research was kind of going against Master Nostoral's writings. Gotta love Master Nostoral.
He was also like from 3,000 years ago, so they discovered stuff that he didn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then so Corrin continues. He explains how Bojacan encountered the Bedlam spirits.
Ooh.
And how it revolutionized his way of thinking and why his readers said he'd been driven mad. He writes of Ilithurian, his debate with the architect named Splendid App. This is a 650-year-old manuscript utilizing names and ideas that few, if any, of the time had heard. It gives further credence to these stories. But the interesting thing is that we know that these stories occurred because they are like canon to the expanding universe, regardless of what you think of supernatural encounters. We know that like Telotny throws a shape. We know that I forgot the story with Wutsek, what it's called. Anyways, the Hell Hoop. Yeah, we know that those are canon to the expanding universe, right?
Cody Sunchild happened too.
Yep, Cody Sunchild.
Indeed,
my boy.
So he basically says how like his ancestor was profoundly changed by his interactions with these beings, which makes sense. And he says how he compares Bojacan to Hextrophon. They're both controversial figures of their day. They're both introducing ideas that are considered heretical.
And their followers claim that both of them went mad.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm not going to go there, but yeah, I think that I just love how this is not a book. This is like a ride that you take. It's like we're LARPing through supernatural encounters right now. Okay?
Hell, I got a robe on.
Yeah. And then at this point we get to the testimony of Voron Nall, which I again did a short on my channel, and you can go listen to it there where I recounted this paragraph. But Ken, maybe you can give your take on it. It's the one that starts with Voron Nall knew it was time to conclude matters on page 926.
Sure. Oh, here it is. Voron Nall knew it was time to conclude matters. While we ponder the implications of this, I'd like to add one final word. I haven't said much, and it is not my intent to unduly sway you, but even if you see Hextrophon's treatise as more myth than fact, do we not still cherish our myths for giving us the tales of courage and hope? In such dark times as these, are they not needed more now than ever? And if this manuscript proves to be a record of the truth, then it behooves us to examine it with grave consideration. Arhul's final wish was to see his document published. To that end, he went through a great deal of trial and tribulation to do so. I ask that you consider that and let the public decide for themselves.
And so that was great, by the way, Ken. And the reason why I made a short of this is because it's like, I think really Voron Nall's speech here extends beyond the text. And it's almost like it needs to be said to people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let people decide for themselves.
Yes.
Right?
If
If they don't want to read it, they've made a decision. Right? right? But don't talk to me about something that you haven't read because you
You're
just don't
exactly
know.
right. It applies to the discourse outside of like the book. What's going on? People don't want to read the book. They don't. Exactly. You're exactly right.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's why
also
I don't
love.
talk about Disney canon because I don't read it, so I have no.
And
right
they're like, well, I don't need to read it to know that the ideas in it are stupid. Like that's a common refrain that I hear. It's like, but
You're
again,
not
like
reading it in the proper context.
right,
Yeah,
ideas
stupid.
sometimes taken out of context sound stupid. They just do.
Then you read them, they're like, "Oh my god, this is good." But
Oh my god!
Like, if
Speaking
you
of
had-
wonders in space with light.
Do you know how many
Right.
people
Speaking
think
of context,
the idea of the Yuuzhan Vong is stupid, and yet New Jedi Order is it like universally beloved as one of the greatest things that come out of the expanded
That's
universe?
what I was going to say. Think about the context of 5, 6, 7 years ago, or I guess 10 years ago, where everything you just said, Marcel, Brennan, Alex, Ken, Maxine, I don't know if you said anything. I didn't hear you. Everything you said was applied to the expanded universe, word for word. Everything you just said, word for word.
Yeah.
I've heard all of those. They were all applied to the expanded universe.
And-
so now, now 10 years later, why would you do the same? Why would you ever use those same bad arguments? I've said that
Ironic.
very
It's just
first
it's ironic.
We still see things like that today. It's like people are like always take things out of context from the EU and use it to bash it. Like, oh, like
Flying
there's a
mountain.
flying
Grab
mountain,
it.
or there's a
To
Jedi
add-
droid. And how
to add to
stupid
Marcel's
that is.
point
Palpatine
about the
returns.
Yuuzhan Vong,
Oh.
my one friend Jack, he's just started reading NJO, and he was telling me, I keep finding all these old threads about people talking about, oh, Chewie died because a moon landed on him or whatever. And he's like, that's not accurate. He's like, that's not even what happened. And I was like, well, that's people just makes things up. They just
I just want to say, sorry, real quickly,
Happy birthday.
happy birthday to your
Happy
daughter. And we were actually talking about this earlier. We had
That's
asked
so
like
cool.
we're like, what happens when someone has a birthday on a leap year? Are they like, is it like every year is like a quarter of a year for them? So they're only like
fine additions. Tell her she shares a birthday with Superman.
Happy birthday to her, Brady.
That's
I
amazing.
wish her a happy
Happy
birthday
birthday.
from us. That's amazing.
And 8's a milestone. Now she has to get a job.
Something also special about that paragraph beyond its extension, beyond the book itself. Something from a more like I guess surface level thing. I just love Vorin and Arhul's like relationship.
Yeah.
It's just the closest people, right? The closest people, colleagues to best friends to just this really, really tight dynamic relationship. And this is Vorin going to battle for his departed or believes departed best bud, right? So he's just going to battle for him. I just think that's really nice. Warms my heart. I just love we all need a friend like that. We all need a friend like Vorin.
When I
and
start
Arhul.
spamming people and they start dissing you, Brendan.
Yeah, and like going off like who cares? Like if you read Supernatural Encounters and you decide for yourself that no, I'm not too big on it, and I don't particularly take it as my. If you decide that on your own, that's fine, and you've read it and you've done the work. But if you haven't, and you're gonna just automatically make this assumption that it's stupid, then don't talk about it because you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. I think what these people need
just
is
let people enjoy it. Like for me, like I take it as my canon, but like that might not be the same thing for other people. But like if you're like again, like it just bothers me when people are gonna like slander it and not know of what they speak. It just bothers the hell out of me. And honestly, at this point, I've just been like, when people bring it up to me and they talk about it, I'm just like, I'm not doing this with you.
Yeah.
I'm not entertaining you because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
If you're gonna hate, at least put in the work first,
Exactly.
right?
See what you're looking at and see what you're hating instead of just blindly disliking it just because it like you deem it as like fake, not real Star
Once
Wars
again,
or anything like that.
And if
this is the EU argument.
Real Star Wars is all fiction.
Right? I remember people arguing about this in 2014, dude. Like this is the same thing. It just it's time.
I remember people arguing about this like far before 2014, right? There were people who just said the movies are the only thing that counts and everything else.
We're
is
youngins,
And
okay?
it
We're
still
young
happens
whippersnappers.
today. I literally saw this a couple days ago. where someone was talking about the expanded universe completely out of context, of course. And
course.
they're like, "Oh, it was just like fan fiction for weirdos back then. And, you know, it never mattered, and this, that." And I'm like, "Well, that's not true." And like I had that. I know I showed you guys that guy on Twitter where he's like, you know, you guys are living in the past. Like that stuff doesn't matter anymore. It's all stupid. And you know,
Well, first of all, you're wrong.
We died from a moon. And I'm like, oh my god,
nothing matters. It's all
well, like that's like when people start talking like that, I just
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm gone. Like I'm gone.
I was so cordial with this guy too. Like I was
he
like,
started
hey,
it
man.
for the record.
He did. I've never met this guy ever, and he commented on one of my posts.
Twitter is not a great place for expanding universe fans.
I have a scum and villain.
I was like, hey man, like I'm not bashing your stuff. Like I'm just sitting here. I'm like, you know, we all enjoy our own stories. I'm like, you do you. I'm gonna do me.
That's not enough. And like, that's not enough for some people, and not even just like canon fans. It's not enough for people. Like people don't want you to enjoy supernatural encounters either.
Yeah.
But the thing, like, what did Bambi teach us? Disney owns Star Wars. Disney owns Bambi. Okay, so Bambi says if you don't have something nice to say, you don't say it at all. Now, don't misconstrue me. If you read the text and you have issues with it, you can politely critique. Marcel's done it several times in the stream. Al's done it. Maxine's done it. I've been hesitant, but I've tried to do it more recently.
All right. I feel like we're all preaching to the choir here. So I'm going to suggest we move on, and we've all made our peace.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, this next part, the droid and his master. Here's where it gets weird.
Oh yeah, this gets very weird.
Yeah.
Was anyone like really tensed up reading this as well? It's
I was
without preamble. Voren and Al read the verdict. I felt like that was almost anticlimactic. Like this is what we've been building for like 800 pages, and then it's just like, oh, he's just gonna say it.
It's almost split down the middle, but basically 42 is the majority, and they vote to exclude Hex's text from anything. They won't publish it. It's pseudo history, apocryphal trash. But then something happens.
Something happens.
Somehow.
Transformation.
Somehow Hextrophon returns.
Awesome.
Really, Q9, you'll never win any friends tormenting them like that, Q9 said in Arhul Hextrophon's voice. That's the least of my concerns, Q9 rejoined his own voice. I don't know how you put up with them for so many years. And then Tam Ellis is like, Q9, this is hardly appropriate at this time. Sorry, Brady just says Star Wars is not real. It's real to me. Yeah, that's how I feel about the expanded universe. Best to let it go, Jansik stated almost gently. It's not entirely appropriate, Hextrophon's voice said through Q9, because I'm not technically dead, though perhaps I am different. So here's the transformation, right? He's transformed. He's ascended. Yeah, he's ascended.
I was already starting to get a little emotional at this part.
I was like tearing up when I read this.
This is where we get the Zaveri reference, which I thought was kind of cool. On page 928, it says, it must be, Rotham says, the magician Zaveri was known to have pulled off stunts like this. Her statement was repeated throughout the audience, many of whom stood up in defiance of the parlor tricks being played on them. So even then, even in the face of this supernatural encounter, they still don't believe that it's occurring, right? There's people who are skeptics.
They're Dreadwar.
Yeah, they're Dreadwar. They're all Dreadwar.
Yeah.
Hex. It's like being John Malkovich, being Darth Dreadwar.
Being Darth Dreadwar.
Apologies for having to go to such extreme measures to persuade you, the rolling bouncer Helix said in Hextrophon's voice. So is he just like a strand of DNA or something? What's a bouncer Helix? Or is a bouncer Helix like those bouncers, like those things
bouncers in
Jedi versus Sith?
Jedi versus Sith.
Maybe. Yeah, on Rusan.
Yeah,
maybe.
That'll be a very strange call.
The green furry ball with the tendrils. Yeah.
Rip.
Bouncers.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was so sad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Darth Zana's friend. Rip.
Oh.
Rip to Darth Zana's friend.
His name was
It
Law.
kind of ripped. He got like shot by a couple
got, like-
arrows.
Poor guy.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Rest in peace.
Moving on.
Okay. I just want to. Well, actually, we'll do it right before the epilogue because that's when it comes up. But essentially, so he has his piece and he says, think about as you know, the day that I died was the day I came back. Think about the third gate that the Watcher mentioned, the Steward's Gate. Have you yet figured out what that is? Anyways, the manuscript must be published with the Council seal of approval. Not for my sake, mind you. I'm a bit past such concerns, but for the galaxies. If you think these are disconcerting times, darker days are yet ahead. People will need clarity and a reason for hope. I understand that it's hard to believe the things I wrote, but the truth is you don't need to go to other space to encounter the supernatural. It's all around us if you'd but look to perceive. It's in the seemingly mundane things that you dismiss or destroy. It's there amongst the forests and hills. It runs along the rivers and drifts gently upon the lakes. It crests atop the mountains and dives deep into the seas. It's with the birds and the beasts and in the fields we know. It can be found in music, story, and art, and it's right there in the birth of your offspring and the love you show one another. If there's like a top 10 like lines in this book that I love or paragraph like that would make the list right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's just beautiful. And then he said, that's all. I was never much one for speeches. Oh, and Graphwell, I did write the entire document, but you're not altogether wrong. I had help. So this almost feels, again, like metatextual in nature.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But the interesting thing about this is when he says, darker days are ahead, right? Which is terrifying, first of all. But he says, I understand that it's hard to believe the things I wrote. But it's like almost like Joe, like not being able to publish this because, of course, the expanded universe was discontinued, but still like going through and finishing the work and publishing it, despite the hardships that he faced along the way.
Yeah.
And
Joe is Arhul Hextrophon.
in a sense, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that was the idea.
The comparison's there to make.
I certainly think that the idea might have been in Joe's head as well. Kind of to write all of this, he has to have like an avenue of perspective into it. A lot of writers use one specific character as their like eyes into the world. So if you're writing into the world, Arhul's pretty much a main character who's transcribing all this down as well, right?
Yeah.
Very relatable. A lot of parallels.
Just incredibly prescient. This last chapter of the book, right before the epilogue, and so that's how the chapter ends. And now I want to end the stream. Good night, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Now I want to share. Don't you dare, Marcel. This picture.
Oh, it's so great.
Why
is my face there?
Restoration.
So we
Marcel, can you point out George Lucas?
Yeah, Brennan and I talked about this in our stream where we interviewed Guillaume Ducos, the artist who drew it. George Lucas is on the top left here.
Wow,
right here.
George Lucas?
Oh, as an angel.
Yeah.
Are you
and then on the top right, you get sort of like a more biblical representation of an angel, like from like Ezekiel, right? Where it's like the like flaming wheel with the eyes and stuff like that. And then I don't know what the top this thing is maybe a crystal rider.
He'd forgotten.
I know.
Okay.
The planet scares me because it looks like me a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, it does kind of look like you. This one right over here on the left, right? That does kind of look like Magneto Alex.
Yeah. It does.
I think it's supposed to be Edmund Hamilton and Lee Brackett.
Yeah, I think so.
Of course.
Yeah, and then the sort of like the mother and father in a sense of space opera. Then you have what Wutzek is the bubbles. You have Horlus. Who's this person? I don't know. It's Lotney. Then you have the daughter. Then you have Cold Dandasine. Then is this supposed to be the son? This bat?
Yes.
Yeah, and then you have the father with his orb. What's this orb supposed to be?
Pondering the orb.
Yeah, okay, he's pondering. Yeah, I love that meme. And then you have you have Splendid App down here. Who is this eagle supposed to be?
That's the daughter.
The daughter's the eagle. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what she manifests as. Not exactly an eagle, but she manifests as like a winged bird thing.
Okay. Then you have this other eagle down here that has all these eyes, so it's probably another angel
with a lion behind it.
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't even see that. A griffin. Yeah.
Yeah.
P tier griffin. I love that.
Lois.
It's like Peter's trying to make up a name in Family Guy, and he sees like a P, and then it's like a tear, and then like a griffin flies by. He's like, "My name is P. Tear Griffin." Oh, dang! It's his actual name.
Maxine, isn't that your favorite show of all time? Good old Family Guy. Ain't that in the top 10? Number one.
Got it. But then, okay, so then who's this? Who's this dude on the right?
Dino guy.
I have a theory about that. Well,
Sea
not a
Rook with
theory,
wings.
I have an idea about that. But like,
Tell us.
But it's in the coda.
Okay, we'll come back to this next week.
Yes, we're
George Lucas. George Lucas is in a piece of art in Supernatural Encounters, indeed.
But yeah, we are most certainly going to need this art piece for next week as well.
Okay, but I love the style that's done in sort of like this ancient, or not ancient, like Renaissance style triptych, where
also
like a Roman church.
The crystal kind of creature at the top. I have an idea of who that is as well, and we'll talk about that next week as well. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent, my friend.
My friend.
Everything is falling into place.
Whenever I need to fill time, I just turn into the Emperor and I just start screaming Return of the Jedi quotes.
I'm afraid the Death Star will be fully operational.
I'm afraid.
What was that? Was he drunk?
They screwed up the line.
What happened at the end?
I can't.
That's from Tyrion universe where he just screws up the line and he has to say, "No, go back from the top, get back in the
robot chicken world."
Here, I'm gonna try and find sort of a crude representation of what I'm talking about, but just to give an example of like sort of how these pictures look. And oh man, this is so small. It's gonna look terrible, but maybe you can zoom in. Maybe I can zoom in actually.
Yeah. I know that one.
Right? Yeah. Like, and you sort of see like there's like a bit of a cosmos. Anyways, like stuff like this is very popular back in the day, and
it's
I just love
like the this religion of the spaghetti monster.
Yes.
Right? That picture where they're reaching out.
Yes. Okay, so here we are, 3 hours and 26 minutes in, and we are now at the epilogue.
Wow.
Can you read it for us with your beautiful Marcel voice?
Yeah, just read the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing.
No, I'm not doing that. Epilogue. I love how it's called Transformation of Arhul Hextrophon. So it's Transformation is the title of the epilogue, and then it says in the subchapter heading of Arhul Hextrophon.
Yeah, I thought that was cool too.
I am Wutsek, sovereign servitor of the Eternal and progenitor of galactic chaos. Rejoice, Kez is Iban, for you and of all the beasts of the boundless provinces have been chosen. Sorry, I just because he appears to him in like the form of a man, right?
Yeah.
So basically, the epilogue starts with Hex waking up. He awoke from the sunless spheres of oblivion. The strange, tall man yet stood before me. He was arrayed in the archaic garb of the core worlds, which lent him a regal air. And Wutsek is basically like standing over him. And then he says, I don't understand. I thought they killed me. This is kind of almost like the epilogue is a continuation of the prologue. You could almost read them back to back. Why would you do that?
Absolutely.
Good to see you, Brady.
Bye.
Night.
And he's like, "Oh, they're talking about the epilogue. I better get the hell out of here, so I don't spoil myself. Better get my chewbies out of here before I spoil myself on this." So he says, "I don't understand. I thought they killed me. Who are you? What did you call me?" He says, "One who has returned from death." And then, he didn't. He replied, but then says, in his hand appeared what looked like a segmented holocron. At that, I grew nervous, for it was a conical and rubescent ziggurat. And I'm like, oh, that sounds familiar. Cold Danda sign.
No,
sorry. Splendid app. Whatever. I'm tired. I'm old Danda sign right now. Yeah, they're all this. Whatever.
They're all bad.
They're all the same. They're all Cosmic horrors beyond my comprehension.
It literally says in like the next paragraph, he told us his ancient name, Splendid App, and I'm like, yeah, it's called Dennis Sign, guys. Anyways, I promise I read this. I'm not like reading it now for the first time.
You're doing an incredibly good job for someone who is reading it right now and having
for the first time
to direct us on the
fly. Hex understands that he's the avatar of time. He could not understand how he came on such a fantastical journey, and Wutzek says it was the will of the Force. And
Love
so
that.
they take an unknown path to the fields of tomorrow. I'm just going to read this paragraph, a short one. So we rode the stream, splitting the fork to the gateway of dimensions and deeper void, silent, infinitely dark and imposing, a place where nothing alive or dead had been ever passed. There I saw Wutzek's true form as he had first shaped it, an aggregation of interlinked glowing orbs that shifted and swayed like an assembly of lucent will-o-wisps. This is an unknown path to the fields of tomorrow, the cobalt orbs which formed Wutzek intoned, the unseen realm which few have found, east of the suns, west of the moons. But first you must enter the third gate, which opens to one of the three realms where you will see all. So he's basically saying first you have to enter into the gate of death to go there. But I almost want to go back and like read that initial part where he comes across these gates, right? But what's interesting about this part is we get a reference to the unseen realm, which is essentially like what, heaven, right? Elysium, the afterlife, where all of the first ones went.
Yeah.
The ones who kept the faith, right?
Yeah.
The judicious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were the resolute.
Oh yeah, the resolute. The judicious were the ones who wanted to fight back. And so they come across a place in space that was a shaft of that great black hole, and it's called Old Dandasine. So it's like the corpse of Cold Dandasine is basically the gateway.
Crazy.
It can be accessed through the Steward's Gate, but only few can return from it. As those who have reached beneath the lake of the gone forever, or in the realm beyond shadows under the lake of apparitions.
And so, like in the lake of apparitions, when people fall in it, they fall forever. They're gone.
Yeah.
You know, and we see that happen to a few
Jedi
lost
thing.
tribe members.
Yeah.
Those poor people. So
They're just now falling.
They just
forever.
disappear, and so I guess they went to the Steward's Gate from there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a gateway to the unknown path to the fields of tomorrow.
This will be mostly spoiler free. Al, you might want to mute just in case for just a sentence. But just thinking about reading Fate of the Jedi, how ethereal and crazy did the Lake of Apparition seem? It was like, what? This is mind blowing. What is this place? It's so steeped in mystery. Now it's just like that's just near the surface. There's all this beneath it, right?
Yeah.
And it just blows it out of the water. It's just like
a reflection, right?
It was
it's like
all there. It's all been there the whole time, just all around it.
Hold on. It makes sense now why there are spirits in the Lake of Apparition, because they're basically, you're looking at the place where they have to go.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, they come across Jason and Anakin and Mara. So it's like, and Luke sees all the people, like from his past, he sees people that are dead, that he knows to be dead. And he's like, what the hell? And like people are stopping to talk to Luke along the way. And Ben's just like, we got to keep going.
What didn't Ben say something like, I didn't know my father knew all these dead people or something like that? I feel like there was a quip there, wasn't there?
Yeah, and that was
it was like Luke was seeing all his departed friends.
I have to say, this part of the book, of the epilogue specifically, just was a complete mind trip for me.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a visual reader, but I tried so hard to visualize these things, and I don't know, it's such a wild attempt at trying to describe
I couldn't write this
an afterlife experience, right? Like how does one transcend the realms of the mortals to a greater mystery, and I just like kind of tried to take it like that. And I mean, like even like the next part, like can someone read the tunnel descended in a winding slope? Like those two, maybe yeah, someone take those next two paragraphs.
All right. The tunnel descended in a winding slope for what would have been ages in sunlit worlds. There had never been a sun here, only a radiance of Woodsec's unearthly, cool white orbs. Inexorably sailing on the somber gloom gave me hope for an eventual release from the writhing, starless passage that wound ever on in the benignity of beyond shadows. At last we arrive at a solemn canyon, so immense the eye could not see the far wall and the ceiling above, and I was told it had been set aside for those for whom time has ceased. Glaucous and sorrowful, gray radiance illuminated but dimly the interior part of the colossal chasm of forever, lined in rows, one upon the other, with but a meter of space in between, and one next to the other, with but a meter.
No, yeah, you're right.
Oh, I'm good? Okay.
Yeah.
For 1,000,000 kilometers above, and 1,000,000 kilometers below, and 1,000,000 kilometers to the north, and 1,000,000 kilometers to the south, and so too to the east and to the west, lay the prone figures of innumerable forms. This was how they were stacked and arrayed, and only the stream ran through the midst of them, yet they did not touch any of the forms.
So he calls it like the depth of eternity, right? And it's just like, is this where everybody is kind of like housed waiting for the final days, right? Is this where like everybody goes? I just like, I don't know. Like how does this work with the unseen realm? But I don't know. But like, it's almost like a limbo type state.
Maybe it's so like there's if like you're presented with so much things that you like can't quite fathom, you know?
Yeah.
Because there's
Like,
basically like
sort of the
sentience just like lined up, millions upon millions of
Yeah.
them. Like basically everyone and everything that ever existed, right? We're told that like there's like beasts there too and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? What of the beasts and droids? I wondered aloud, mystified. Woodsec smiled, but his words held a forbidding scorn. In his vanity, man imagines himself superior to all others, but that is the great lie. He has no superiority, neither over droid nor beast, for you are all beasts. You all came from the same source and are returning to the same source, all save for the vile, for they do not come here and do not depart for other shores. I love that departing for other shores, such like a Tolkien-esque.
Yes, absolutely.
Reference. But anyways, yeah, I'm trying to fathom these depths of eternity. And it was like when I was reading this part, it was like 1 a.m. and I was exhausted. And I was just like, this is really a trip. Really a trip. I'm never going to forget this part.
Boat.
This is going to be burning my brain
Marcel.
forever.
Yeah.
As someone who's in the opposite boat as you, Marcel, I'm a very visual reader. I can imagine the apple. I can throw it up in my hand and take a bite out of it and everything. I felt like I was going insane a little bit. Plus, it was also 1 a.m. for me, and I was like, "Am there going to be demons coming out of my walls in the night?" Trying to like imagine all these things.
It's kind of just so moving. You feel like you can experience only a fraction of it. How do you write something that like has so much scale and beauty, but like there's so much scale and beauty beyond that we feel like we can't touch? Like he has to be specific enough, but vague enough as well at the same time. It was just so beautifully written. I just truly think I'll be picturing like what I pictured the first time I read this. Like Al said, I'm very visual as well. So I was like seeing all of this when I read a book.
Yeah.
It's always like I'm sitting in a chair with the book and I can see the events all unfolding around me like a movie. That's why I've always loved reading. Requires a little more concentration usually, but I can just see it, and it was just it's just so beautiful, and it has definitely impacted me. Just this idea of transcending like this is just beautiful.
And Woodsec says like they're safe, like corruption cannot enter here.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So after that, they come to a distorted rent in space, like a ruptured scar, and Woodsec. I think he says that into the nether. So they sail into the netherworld of the Force, soaring through the vortex of fog that stood at its gate upon a haven of cool, soft lights that reflected in varying gradations and nebulous wisps, with yet a twinge of sorrow to color its edges. A dominion of deep calm it was, open to the realms of the dream and the unseen. So I can't even begin to describe. The text does a much better job than I'm doing of describing just how wild this journey is.
Can I read the one of the next parts coming up?
Yep, go for it. I know what you're going to get at, so go for it. That paragraph. Wutzek said.
Wutzek said this was the place crafted by the windings of El Shudem, and that we could observe, but for a short while. Beyond a spatial divide into a furtive dell of yellow and sage luminance could be seen the hoary Force users of days gone by, Jedi, and those of the many traditions who used the breath for the furtherance of life. They worked alongside the must, whichever you want to say, and other loyal first ones for whom immeasurable joy had returned. In the fantasy of my delusion, as I still believed it must be, past the trellises of lambency, I thought I espied a wizened, olive-colored gnome who'd had once met in a marshy land aeons ago. My eyes must have widened in surprise, for the gnome winked mirthfully at me. But Wutzek spoke then, and the old Jedi Master disappeared into the solemn crowd of learners and colleagues. So, Yoda is there.
Look at the picture, Max.
Look at him.
He's just like winking at him from afar.
That's so Yoda, though. That's so him to kind of be there, like just kind of
chilling and learning.
When did Hex meet Yoda before this? He says he met him in a.
He must have had some sort of like excursion or adventure to Dagobah and just kind of stumbled across him, you know?
Maybe a Force spirit, because in the Marvel comics set after Return of the Jedi, Yoda's Force spirit still frequented Dagobah, like he taught two people who had died. Like this is what this immediately made me think of. Which issue is it? I can't remember.
It's like you remember Starkiller comes across Yoda. So it's like it's definitely not out of the question for someone to just kind of stumble upon him.
No, and in Galaxy of Fear as well.
It's just this green frog guy here.
So Wutzek refers to Yoda and I guess people like him. He says, these are to be the sovereign servitors presiding at dawn in the fields of tomorrow, where the celestial silhouettes now dance in euphoric preparation of those to come under new stars.
And I love this, that the Jedi and other, the firstborn or the elder races and like all these other people who served the Force in like a pursuit of preserving life are all kind of there. They're
rewarded.
Yeah.
Like you can imagine like this is a place where they all reside now. Like people like Nomi Sunrider and all these previous Jedi, and now they are here at the end. Qui-Gon Jinn is probably there, and Obi-Wan. They're all there. All these people that served life, and it's like
only now at the end do you understand.
Yeah. It makes me wonder what
all
happened.
Our homies are reunited.
Yeah,
it's so peaceful, isn't it? Doesn't it just warm your heart to think that they're like living out their days? It's like it's Egyptian almost too. I think it says specifically fields of tomorrow. That makes me think how like in Egyptian mythology, there's like a field of reeds. Like fields of grass, ethereal light, that kind of thing.
And they're all just there, they're vibing. I guess.
Yeah, just chilling.
They're all just vibing, which is how we would want to spend.
They're all cooking and vibing.
The Rock Wizard
Hex meets Yoda in one of the West End Game source book, the Empire Strikes Back Galaxy Guide. Okay, that's good to know.
That makes sense.
So you can imagine that Anakin Solo was there for sure, because that kid was one of the greatest Jedi to ever cross the universe.
For sure.
When he passed he was burning bright, right? Literally white.
It makes you wonder what happened to Jason.
Before they get to the fields of tomorrow, though, he says, we were born along an illimitable atlas of stars I'd never known, called the Ocean of Lights. And another glowing stream joined us, who said he was Hidden Pitham. And he playfully moved around before and behind us, though we did not sail upon his stream, but over it.
They also mentioned that Horlus came in as well.
That's right. And so they finally get to the fields of tomorrow, and there stands the great King Cody, a beatific countenance as he wore as he waved and greeted us like old friends while we entered unto the glorious forests and parks and conurbations like none other before it. Marching in procession to that field from all corners were a host of the firstborn and a myriad of their offspring races. We get the Osirians, the Kwa, the Asmaruki, Zakchik, yeah, and and we get a whole bunch of aquatic precursors and their offspring races in the great waters. Enormous beyond comprehension was that field, greater than any that had ever been, and yet no corner of it was without illumination and beauty and sound, though with grace and not fury did the lights of the celestials bound and caper, and the force resonated in strength and joy to the ethereal winding rhythm of the dancing suns and all which they lit. Even the fixed stars were permitted to leave their orbits to dance beside them, including 3 that looked like planets but with impossible faces, one of which was deep emerald and bright blue, who dandled. Wait, I gotta read this. One of which who was of deep emerald and bright blue, who dandled his cold cobalt waters into that of a mischievous smile, as if to remind me by means of a sign. So it's
Awesome.
cold Danda sign, kind of like reborn, right? He's like
Yeah.
gotten a bit of an upgrade. And I guess the other 2 planets are Edmund Hamilton and Lee Brackett.
If I may, I'd like to read the next
Or
one.
Magneto Alex. Sorry, go for it.
In the midst of them, in artless abandon, pirouetted the colossal eidolons of 2 beautiful women like nymphs in flowing palas of filigreed weft, or caryatids with long pythonic hair of fabulous saltant coils, one in verdigris, the other alabastrine. Alike to sister dryads in orchidaceous damask did these immortelles seem. Spirals and swirls lit upon Horlus, which Woodsack, also aglow, said was indication of the laughter and love that was the symptom of the universe. Why do they dance? I thought to ask. Ebulliently, Horlus replied, because they are whole and reunited at last, mother and daughter, with all their lost loved ones who have come home.
What is this
So
place?
pretty.
It is the restoration in tomorrow's fields, said the gleaming Wootsack, where the reconstruction is underway. The new universe where the firstborn and their children will come to reside when the stream of time breaks forth like a torrent to carry them. Also, just want to pull up a picture of Edmund Hamilton, because clearly Alex is him reincarnated.
Oh wow!
Oh, yeah.
No, that
There he
is Alex.
That's not me. I swear.
That's not me.
No,
I
wait,
could
Alex,
never.
can you turn slightly?
Which way? Left or right?
Yeah, that way. Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
god!
Oh no!
Oh, it's him.
yeah.
It's him.
I'm scared.
Pulling it
My
back.
reincarnation of
Wait. Again,
Wow.
we got to see the side.
No, not me.
There we go.
Oh, wait, it's...
Oh yeah.
Where's the picture? Oh, come on.
You even
Well,
got the same eyebrow.
I don't even know how to... Yeah, there you go. Whatever.
Oh
it's
no!
fine.
What is this? Oh no! I can't look at. Oh my! I saw myself from there.
Wow, why didn't we do this from the beginning? Oh,
Oh, what,
that's
this?
that's cool.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. It's,
I don't like it.
yeah, I'm gonna go with the classic. But
it's too
Isn't
too
that-
aggressive.
isn't that such a beautiful like passage though? It's
so
like
beautiful.
Very
like
beautiful.
It's-
it's Talatni and Abeloth, reunited again, or Bella, reunited again and dancing and having fun, and even like Horlus is like like laughing and like just like enjoying the love of like that is here, and like they're all together again, like the whole family is like Coldanda signs back, and Talatni is herself again, and they're all just together, like, and that was just like a whole thing with at the beginning is like there's this dysfunctional family that just started bad, like
but like also on like unwanted children, right?
Yeah,
being
and
reunited with their parents, and
Hidden Pitham's back here, like all 3 of like Aramaeus's kids are here, like Xenoma Zakat and the other 2, so it's like everyone's here.
This portion reminded me a bit of the Neverending Story, specifically in the way that it says Arhul thought to ask. I think that exact phrase was used in the Neverending Story when all of this ethereal, weird stuff that we're seeing in the Neverending Story, the person who's being shown this thinks to ask things, and I think that exact phrase is used. So it was really hearkening back to that in my mind.
Or it's kind of like in Beyond Shadows, where it's like they just have no sense of like their physical being. They're like the thing that was Luke, like reached out and touched this, you know. And it's like,
Yeah,
you know. And then when they talk about like the passage of time, they're like, it had only been a second, or was it a year, you know? And like I love that, and it definitely reminds me of this kind of thing.
And it's I just love it. I just love it. It's so good.
We're told that those who arrive here dwell in heir to wisdom, compassion, justice, and strength, so that not even the memory of evil will cause harm or taint these fields. So like the memory of evil, like if Abeloth is there, right? Like doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we know that she wasn't originally this evil
right.
being as well. And we
right.
talked about this like a bunch, is that she wasn't really evil, in that she just felt like she was like abandoned and lonely, and that was what really corrupted her. And at the end she only just wanted a family, and now she has all of them.
This next part was my favorite part of what I read this stream. I'll try and do my best. Well, hello Max.
Oh, hey.
Matt, good to see you. Good to see you. Alex feels abandoned and lonely. Will he be corrupted too? Absolutely.
Only time will tell.
Good to see you, Harry. Welcome back.
Stick him in the maw.
I guess like Matt and Max are the same person in my mind right now because I've been watching their series.
Yes.
Right.
We're the
Is your favorite talk about the truth about legends?
I got thrown out there. I'm
Matt
sorry.
Wilkins. Yeah, no worries.
On one of our era by era videos, he said the Eminem connection.
That's right. Well, it's actually the Eminem connection is a strong one because there's Matt and Meg, Matt and Marcel, Matt and Max.
There's the Eminem.
I'm starting to see
who's the real Slim Shady?
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering.
I'm starting to see a trend here. So this part is what really resonated with me. Max was great on Era by Era. Definitely go check it out. TheExpandingUniverse.com, everybody.
It's fantastic.
Be careful.
Scott
the
Johnson,
M's are taking over.
So this is the part that really just resonated with me personally. Ancient statuary dotted the arbor amidst the trellised vines and moss-grown gambrel roofs. Carven marble rails appeared in the distance betwixt the tall, dreaming hills, and fragrant sweeping orchards that ran down the glades to fertile valleys of wildflower, butterfly, and bird. And I could hear the creak of the cricket and cries of the silverwing, and recalled at once that I stood in my former house overlooking Lake Sahat on Chandrila, as I had back when I'd been a living man, for it occurred to me that I was no longer. The thought didn't frighten me as it would have then, though a touch of despondency did press upon me for an instant, for there were things I had not done that I would have wished to, but Wutzek said to take heart, for the noble doors are never closed for those who choose compassion over self. And then he gets reunited with his friends and family. It was a wonder to gaze upon familiar faces and places, sweet smells wafted off the lulling waters that fed the pastures, bringing with them reminiscence of olden times. As I drew near, I could hear voices of mirth coming from the house, and I instantly knew they were of family and friends long since departed. While yet I can't even read the rest of this. Sorry, not happening.
Why?
It's too much.
He's gonna start crying.
All right, who wants to take over?
I can do it.
Take over.
Just
take over.
In these sights, sounds, and smells, I understood now of their portent and longed for the fields of tomorrow, in which such things would be, when the celestial bodies dance in the luminal firmament to the new song that was also old before time, imparting euphoric abandon for all, not just the few, alongside days and nights of peace without end or anything to mar or spoil them.
Guys, I feel like Kevin Smith, like when he just constantly cries on camera right now. Anyway,
finish this out,
sure, go for it.
Wutzek appeared again as the tall and handsome man, still attired in the formal and archaic garb of ages past, though he seemed younger now and more carefree, and said that I must record all the things I'd seen and heard, for I was to complete the scroll I'd started long before. I thought then to ask what I had become and how long it had been because I could no longer tell. Wutzek smiled and said that I'd become his adopted offspring to replace another that was lost to Bedlam. I started to mention that there were 3 such that he had lost, though I surmised then that they were lost no longer and realized it was a symbolic gesture. Then I knew who the other would be, which caused me no small degree of mirth, for the thought of that one roaming the stars was something few would believe.
So who's this referring to? I don't. Yeah.
I don't know.
Was maybe Telotny lost to Bedlam? I don't know. Anyways,
maybe,
whatever.
But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, Telotny would be nice, since they all kind of fell apart with each other and we reunited again.
Because I started to mention that there were 3 such that he had lost, so that would be, because Horlus wasn't really the lost one, so it was the other 3.
Right.
Though I surmised that they were no longer lost and realized it was a symbolic gesture, then I knew who the other would be, which caused me no small degree of mirth, for the thought of that one roaming the stars was something that few would believe. So I don't know who that's referring to.
I guess the
Also,
one roaming the stars is Horlus.
Potentially,
That's
this
what I
one.
was
This one, it's okay. I cry each time Brendan tries to convince me his brother exists. Yeah,
That's a weird reason to cry.
I mean, like, I don't know. It's really emotionally impactful because it's like that. That's like what a beautiful afterlife. Like he is reunited with all of his. It's like the most idyllic representation of an afterlife you could possibly have.
And it goes
We've
so
never gotten
perfectly.
a good example of a Star Wars afterlife or what anyone even believes in, have we? At least not that as far outside of that one.
Well, there's like the Marvel comics. There's the realm of the Force.
Outside but like the one thing we get for sure is in Dark Forces, the novelization, where it says that what's his name, Jarek goes to Star Wars Hell or whatever.
Star Wars Hell. Yeah.
This part is beautiful. It goes so well with the introduction. I reread the introduction today as I reread the epilogue, or not the introduction. Sorry, the prologue. The prologue and epilogue go so well hand in hand. In the epilogue, there it says that Arhul saw the silver wings over his house on the night that the darkness comes for him. In the prologue, he's drinking wine, looking out over the hills, and he hears the cries of the silver wings. Now here in the afterlife, he's looking on fonder times and seeing the silver wings there. It's a perfect mirror, a perfect continuation, and seeing his family and friends again, who he lost, that sparked this whole thing from the interlude. Right, his family's gone, deceased, killed by the Empire, forces him to join the rebels, and then this passion for history, and it all leads to this moment, and now he has them back. It's just like Marcel said, so idyllic, so perfect, just glorious.
That's right.
Yeah. It's what we would all like to happen to us, I'm sure, to see.
Absolutely.
Family.
And so we come to the last page of Supernatural Encounters, the trial and transformation of Arhul Hextrophon. You want to read the entire thing?
Yeah, this is the truth about legends.
Take turns or anything?
We can, if you want to.
Let me make it bigger so people can enjoy it alongside us. Yeah, Alex, why don't you read up to here, the "Don't Make Me Come Back" part, and then Al, you can read the next 2 paragraphs.
Okay. The truth about legends. As Hextrophon's story ended, so did it begin. The firmament that had before come alive with oricrate bursts of exuberant color now settled to amaranthine. And if one listened closely, they could just barely discern the haunting strains of some ambulant chord. Q9, if you're ready, Hextrophon said. Are you kidding? The droid's disembodied voice responded. I've been waiting my whole life for this. Some in the crowd began to scan for him again or look to the stars in longing. For they had not just heard Hextrophon's epilogue, but experienced it through his eyes. The astromech truly was no longer amongst them. Then, in a moment, the second head of the double helix drew back and shook, and in that scolding voice that was Q9's, said to those watching, "And don't make me come back."
I love that.
When Q9 said he'd been waiting his whole life for that, the first time I read that, and right now, I just got chills.
Yeah.
It's perfect. I love Q9, right? The droids contemplate their existence. C-3PO and New Jedi Order watching the sparks fall, seeing them go out and wondering what will happen to me. It's just vindication. Right there with that.
C-3PO and R2-D2 will have a happy ending.
Can you read the highlighted part, Al? This up to the rotate. Yeah.
Okay, give me just a moment. Then the lights pulsed, and all turned to silver and white. The council chamber returned to itself. Wild-eyed and in shock, the audience stared at one another, unable to speak for long minutes. Some smiled, others openly wept, and a few even embraced. Plenty scowled, still convinced it had been an elaborate hoax perpetrated by Q9 and possibly Hool or Neal. But even they had to acknowledge that it was well done. It went down on record as the most exciting meeting any historical council had ever had. Unsettled and reflective, Janzik quietly asked, "What is this third gate he spoke of? And where does one find it?"
"It inevitably finds us," said Hool soberly. "Death is the gate. What it opens depends on the road we'd traveled, light or dark. That is why it is called the Steward's Gate."
Hey, Brennan, why don't you finish us off?
Are you sure? Can I read half of it and Max reads the next half, or Ken, or someone?
I said Brennan. I want Brennan.
Brennan.
Hextrophon's book was published with nearly all of the council supporting it. It was met with wilder and louder controversy than most had expected, with opinions weighing in on all sides, but it was the council's biggest selling work of all time, topping charts normally reserved for more mainstream titles. Ironically, it kept the historical council alive, prompting a renewed wave of interest in the study of history. The administration, which had indeed considered slashing funding to the organization, was forced to reassess that idea, in the face of the renown and import afforded the council by a populace sparked into fascination with all eras of the past, and in search of clues to the future, and hope for what it all might mean.
The end.
Took 19 streams, but we did it.
And 9 of those were just book 6.
Yeah. But we are still technically not done.
Interesting.
Again.
No, we're not done. Somehow we return next week to talk about the appendices and cult encounters. More legends. That's right. This book provides the basis for many, many, many more expanded universe stories for years.
I love that it says it tops charts, and where normally like more mainstream titles would be more on those charts. So this is
Supernatural Encounters climbed up the charts on the Amazon seller list. Snuck into the top 100 in some categories with no promotion. The other books in those categories had promotion from publishers behind it. Mainstream authors, and Supernatural Encounters snuck its way in there. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I'm flabbergasted at this point. I've been reduced to a bowl of jelly. But maybe we could talk a bit before we end the stream of final thoughts. Ken, let's start with you.
Man, my brain is mush, but God willing, I'll do it. Overall, I think the book has been such a mind trip, and if there's one thing I would do, is I would wipe my memory of ever reading this book, and I'd go do it again.
Yep.
Because it is absolutely that good of a book, and Joe's prose is just the most beautiful thing I've ever seen put to a piece of paper.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I want to read it in context, man. I want to be like, oh, I didn't catch this the first time. Anyways, yeah, continue. Sorry. Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah. Like I said, of course, I'll probably read the book again at some point. I'll give it time, and then I'll go back and find all the things I missed. But But overall, I think Supernatural Encounters is a one-of-a-kind book, even for EU standards. There are EU books out there that are like unique, but SE takes the cake as probably not only the most interesting EU book and unique, but the most interesting and unique book that I've read. It stands on its own with its identity.
How about you, Max?
Yeah. So not only were these chapters spectacular and the epilogue just ethereal, but the entire book has been, I said this a lot in my reviews, like of it in various places, like the greatest literary journey I've ever embarked on. And I remember thinking when I first got it, I'm like, how am I going to do this? And you guys helped me with it. I don't know if I would have gotten through it without you guys. It's just a phenomenal story from start to finish. If you consider yourself like a lore master and like someone who loves to know the secrets of the Star Wars universe, this is for you. And it's just mind-bending. It's strange and it's wonderful, and can fill you with dread, but can also fill you with so much hope. And it's just wonderful. And again, the whole experience is just made even better because I'm with you guys. And I think that's been the best thing about it is getting to discuss it all with you and really make sense of it together, because it's something that I feel like you shouldn't go into alone. You should have someone there, and that again, that it goes back to like the way of the dark side is the way of solitude and the way of desolation, and and the light side always works together in conjunction with things. And we all kind of came together and made sense of this book. And it's so bittersweet though that we finished it mostly. We still have the appendices, and those are going to be mind blowing. But the main book of it's done, and it's bittersweet. But it's been the greatest thing I've ever done. No other book can ever intimidate me ever again. So thank you, Joe, and thank you to the editors and all of you guys here with me, and all the people watching. So, of
course, Alex.
I changed my mind after going through this with you guys. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm not gonna go back on what I said. It's not because of Joe. It's not because of you guys necessarily. It's because I think it's true for me personally. This is my favorite Expanded Universe book.
Nice.
I'm putting it above Trader, which is really hard for me to do. Because you know what? We went through 900 something pages of this, and not everything jived with me. But at the end of the day, I think, it helps to have talked to all of you about it and to have these streams and everything. But I think I've never felt so much or thought so much or been moved so much by a piece of literature that's about fictional things. And of course, a lot of it's dependent upon the fact that it's building upon things I already know. So it is a work that could not exist without other EU, but at the same time, my favorite parts, a lot of them aren't even the stuff that has to do with the EU. It has to do with his own character, with Arhul, and the epilogue, or the verdict, or the introduction, or the trial, or the weeds, or the droid's rights, and all that stuff. That's some of my favorite parts outside of all of this, and that has nothing to do with. It's all his stuff, and I know it has touched me in a way that not a lot of books have, and I'm trying to keep myself from crying now. I'm not going to. I refuse. But I love this book. I love doing this with you guys, and I love how much effort Joe and all the editors and the artists did to make this. And it is one of the greatest things I've gotten to experience with all of you, and I'm glad it exists. I'm glad he kept working on it, and I'm glad we have it to talk about, because part of what made us get so close to one another was this, because we had our group chat and everything, but doing this for months on end, I think really kind of built a bond, so
our force bond.
Yeah.
So
yep.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you guys, and yeah, I'll drop. It's amazing.
Matt says all the years Joe put into this really paid off. I could not agree more.
Yeah.
Brennan, how about you?
Where to begin? First of all, I completely agree with everything that Max, Ken, and Alex have already said. Every word of it really resonates with me. This book made me laugh. It made me cry, made me giggle with delight, pointing to a reference that we would find. It made me super excited to know what you guys were going to think of it. It's the stuff I find cool. I knew you guys would find cool as well. The writing. Oh my goodness, the writing. I've never read a book written like this. As an aspiring writer, it has both intimidated me beyond belief and inspired me to want to pursue that even more. Like Max said, I don't feel like I'll be intimidated by any work of literature after completing this. It's just hard for me to think of things to compare. It's just so good. And I have a video coming out ranking all the Star Wars Expanding Universe novels. It's already pre-recorded. I was going to save it as a surprise to then, but Supernatural Encounters is one. Jumped star by star and traded for me, which I had decided just a couple weeks ago. But with all of our kind of shared love together, just the work speaks for itself. But kind of our bond over it also boosted a little bit as well. Like you guys were saying, I mean, we were all pretty good friends before, but really this work has brought us together even more, which is just so cool that a book can do that, right? A franchise can do that. It's everything I want in a Star Wars book. It's everything I want in a Star Wars EU book. It's a roller coaster of emotions. Like I cried when I read it. To the end, I got upset all over again rereading it earlier today. And it's just so impactful. It's so impactful. I don't know that it's kind of sad because I don't know that anything fictional will impact me in the same way again. Like Ken said, I just feel like this is like the pinnacle, right? I feel like there's nothing, you can't get any better than this. So that's why it's bittersweet, right? It's like, I wish I could erase it all from my memory, experience it all again, and then go through those hundreds of reads with context that Marcel's talking about, closely examine it. Very exciting that we can revisit it, but man, it was an experience. It truly wasn't just like reading a book. It was an experience to me. And thank you to Joe. Thank you to the editors. Thank you to all of you guys. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff. Can't say enough good things about it. Can't recommend it enough. I absolutely love Supernatural Encounters.
Al.
I've been dreading this moment for the past 15 minutes, or however long we've been going through, because I still don't know what to say, even now. However, we're going to try. So for me, at the introduction, I said this jumped up, took over Darth Bane's spot at number 1. Stand by that. Will stand by that. It has so many great characters, so many great moments, so many great stories, so many great things to expand upon itself. It has one of my most wanted EU stories of all time. It gave me that. I got a good ending for Visas Mar. However, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of the inverse of Alex on this one. For me, it was the experience. It was getting to meet you 5 fine people whose friendship I treasure very much. I love very much. Getting to talk to Joe. Having the author of a book sign off, approve of my Halloween costume of the character, being able to show people like, look who signs off on this book. Oh, that was one of the best experiences of my life. It was so cool. getting my name in a book. I'm still shocked. I'm still shook seeing it every single time. It's just I'm gonna stop babbling. I'm gonna say this one's for my good buddy Brennan for always having the great insight and the scan. This is for my good buddy Alex for those spirited debates. My good buddy Ken for those great voices. My good buddy Maxine for getting me into this, for telling me about supernatural.
Thank you for bringing Al in, Max. Eternally grateful.
Everyone in the
It would
chat,
not be the same without him.
Mac Wilkins, especially since you got me into the EU to start with. Tom Reed, Frankie, Fire, Edward, Corey, Harry, Darth Sidious. I'm sorry if I forgot anybody. There's a lot of people in chat. This one's all for you, and most of course Marcel, the biggest one for you. No, for inviting me and doing this. And of course, one last one from the kitty as well. Isn't that right? Yeah, sure. She's not going to be on that. For the greatest of all time, for Joe.
Yeah, he is. He's giving his Oscar-winning speech right now. That was amazing from all of you. And Matt asks, "Would you be happy if this had been the ending to the expanded universe?" And my answer is yes.
At the same time, I just may I point out real quickly that this sets up so many stories at the same time.
For sure. Yeah. But if this was I could
absolutely be happy.
I would be satisfied.
Yeah. Not only does it set up other things, but it also kind of gives you a future that could happen. Yeah. So I absolutely agree that this is. I would be happy if this is. I want more still, but if this is all we get, it went out with a bang.
We're greedy beings. Yeah. We're greedy creatures. But if this is all we get,
I mean, this is the first book in the timeline, and it's the last book in the timeline, which undoes it undoes Dawn of the Jedi and Crucible. So therefore, they're no longer the first and last book in the timeline.
I'm good. Like I want more EU. But if they had come out and vehemently said there's not going to be anything else, I'm good with Supernatural Encounters being the last.
Yeah. I don't know that I can really top or even come close to any of the speeches that you gave because I wasn't prepared to give a speech. I was going to save that for the reprise episode. But suffice it to say that I would just like to echo the thanks for really everybody who participates in these streams. The five of you. Most especially, but really even everybody in the comments who's even people who have just chimed in for a few minutes just to say hello means the world to me. Thank you to my subscribers and my friends who have joined the stream to give me support and that kind of thing. And I just this has been a transcendent experience for me in terms of just reading a book and I don't know that anything that I ever do on this channel is ever going to top this stream, and I owe that to all of you and the people who contribute in the comments and stuff like that, but also really everybody who worked on the book, and the editors, the artists, Joe, obviously, and I owe so much to that and to them and to everything that they've done. It might be kind of trite to say, but maybe the real supernatural encounters is the friends we made along the way. But you were all my friends to begin with, or else I wouldn't have brought you on the stream. So there's that as well. But and Max, especially thank you to you because you were the first person that made me aware of the existence of supernatural encounters when you had mentioned it on one of your Instagram live streams 2 years ago. And I was like, what the heck is this thing? I've never heard of this before. And I should know what this is. And it completely flew over my head. I went under the radar. So as Corey says, and maybe we'll end the stream here on this, if this is to be our end, then I would have them make such an end as to be worthy of remembrance. And so I think with that, we're going to get our chewbies out of here and see you next time for Cult Encounters and the Appendices. Good night.